Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, December 16th, 2025 meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:02. And could the clerk conduct a roll call?
Supervisor Klein?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norville?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here. All right. And since we're honoring seniority in this county, we have one person of 40 years of experience, Sergeant Stephen Studer from the Corrections Office, Sheriff's Office. So I'd like you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Thank you, Sergeant Studer. Okay. So we're going to go to public expression. Anyone has a topic that's not on the agenda, please come to the podium.
Good morning, Dee Pallison, District 5. I have to leave early today because I get to go to Healdsburg and award a Quilts of Valor, which I'm excited about. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Supervisor Haschak for his leadership this year and to say I'm looking forward to working with you guys again next year. Well, I don't know if working's the right word, but being a thorn in your side maybe, and with Bernie as our new chairman. So thank you for tolerating me and listening to me this last year, and I'm excited to see what the new year brings. Hope you all have a great holiday season, and if I don't get to talk to you, Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
And I just wanted to thank you for your participation all year.
Same. Okay. Any other public expression? Okay, seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, we will move on to the consent calendar. So item 3AE, 3AD, and 3AJ have been withdrawn at the request of the department. Okay, the Board of Supervisors will go into recess for item 3X, 3Y, and 3Z, and will convene as the Board of Directors of the Air Quality Management District. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors does not receive any additional compensation or stipend for acting as a board of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. Okay. Are there any public comments or board comments on 3X, 3Y, and 3Z only? Okay, seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, I'll look for a motion. Supervisor Williams.
I think Klein was ahead of me.
Move approval of items 3, X, Y, and Z.
Second.
All right, we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, the directors will now recess as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors to deal with the rest of the consent calendar that hasn't been withdrawn already. Okay, any comments from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of the balance.
Second.
All right, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, we will move on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Are there any reports this morning? Okay, seeing none in the chambers. Oh. Okay. Ag Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair and the Board. Just very quick, you just approved our 2023 crop report, and we're excited to be getting caught up and sending out all the surveys for the new ones. And just to highlight that, the gross agricultural commodities for 2023 was, let me say this correctly here, $235,765,100. That's a 12% increase. And just again, to stress to the board, grateful for your support, and the value of ag is 3 to 5 times that in the community with labor and all the things it contributes. And I hope to have the 24 report to you within a couple months. So thank you for your support and help. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Klein.
Yep, just a quick congratulations and thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to your department.
Okay. Any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. We will move on to item 4B, which is discussion and possible action including approval or denial of requests from department heads and elected officials regarding budget impacts, funding, and recruitment of vacant or new positions following the strategic hiring process. Okay. Look to the Deputy CEO, Director of Human Resources, Sherry Johnson.
Yes, good morning. Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So we did have one department that was going to speak this morning, the Public Defender. I don't see him in the audience.
Okay, and
So
did we have any information with that request?
there was no attachments. He was going to speak to it this morning.
Okay. How do you think we should handle it? Should we put it off for a later time or?
I would appreciate that if we could, please.
Okay. Okay, so we'll table this till later time.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, here he comes.
Here he is. Thank you.
I timed it perfectly.
Right.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
How's it going?
So, Sherry Johnson was just saying that you have a request of the board
I
through
do.
the strategic hiring process.
Correct. I would
Okay.
like to be able to hire hopefully 2 attorneys for the Public Defender's Office. We are, by the end of the year, we are going to be 4 attorneys short. So we are beginning to feel this pressure of exaggerated caseloads and appreciate being able to hire to ease the burden.
Okay, so is there any paperwork? Did you provide any background information, how this will affect the budget at all?
Well, we're currently 2 attorneys understaffed, and we are going to be 2 more attorneys by the end of the year. We're currently not significantly, but we are under budget at the moment because I've kept the vacancies and not filled them. So I'm anticipating continuing that, so we would be staying on budget. I met with the budget people yesterday and confirmed that currently under budget and would continue to be so even with these 2 new hires potentially.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, does the CEO have any recommendations on this?
As mentioned, Mr. Hill met with Sarah Pierce and Tony Rakes yesterday afternoon. There was a review of his budget. He does have savings, and he will continue to have savings by leaving those 2 other positions open. So at this point, we believe this is a fair compromise so that the workload and the mandates that that office has, they will be able to meet.
Yeah, I appreciate you meeting with the budget team and walking through your projected budget. I think our board has been asking for a little bit more of following the strategic hiring process, and so my request is that you would come back with some of that information in writing for how you're meeting your 6%. It's great to hear the recommendation from CEO that we're okay with this compromise. I'm comfortable with it. I just think that everyone needs to be held to the same standard, and so would just ask for consideration for this board for a little bit more information. When I read our agenda item, I had no idea this was coming forward, and so that didn't give me an opportunity to follow up with you or ask questions or be prepared for that conversation. So that's the process that we've set out, and I personally would like to see that followed.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm wondering if it's possible to provide that documentation today. Can this come back later if the budget team already reviewed it? Is it just a matter of distributing it to the board?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, we were going to table it already, so that seems like a good way of dealing with it. So we'll table this till the last item of the day.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you very
Okay.
much. I will try and go get that information right now. Thank you.
Let's see.
Am I excused? I should need to.
Well,
All right.
okay, is there any public comment on this? Okay, seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. So we will bring it back to the board this afternoon. Okay, moving on to item 4C. Discussion and possible action regarding Board of Supervisors standing committees, including the 2025 final reports out of committee, approval to clear referrals from committee, and formation of an ad hoc committee to further review any matters previously referred to a standing committee if necessary. All right, so we have a list of the board referrals to the General Government Standing Committee. So we'll look to the General Government Standing Committee to give a report about the progress of those referrals.
Items 1 and 2 are ongoing and as needed for the General Government Committee, no matter who serves. I think that when the cannabis microbusiness license came back to the board, what we're looking for is more detail in what needs to be changed. And since we don't have that right now, I don't know that that item needs to stay with the General Government Committee. But Chair Haschak, you're the one that brought that item forward.
Yeah, and I think we dealt with it at the time. And so at this point, I would, I think we can delete it as a referral to the GGC and keep the first two. All right, any further discussion?
Through the chair, if I may.
Yes.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. So annually, these referrals get made. So clearing the 2025 referrals, you guys will be making new 2026 referrals for 1 and 2 at the first meeting of the year.
Okay, so that's just the process is clear it right now, clear the whole slate, and then bring it back in January.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Do we have well, let's go to public comment. Any public comment on this? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board for a motion to clear the slate.
Move approval.
Okay, let's just, yeah. Okay, so moved by Williams, seconded by Klein. All right, let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, so we'll move on to item 4D. Discussion and possible action, including recognition of employee service awards for eligible employees with 15 to 40 years of service. And we'll look to the Director of Human Resources, Sherry Johnson, for this.
Good morning, Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. It's my honor to be recognizing the employees of Mendocino County that have served from 15 to 40 years of service. So I'll take time now to read the names of employees, and if you're here, please come forward, and the Supervisor Haschak will come down with Mandy. So 15 years of service is District Attorney David Eister. 20 years of service, Alex Thrasel with Transportation. Andrea Turchin with Behavioral Health. Christian Denton with the Sheriff's Office. Jessica Sandoval with the Executive Office. Thank you, Jessica. Julie Pardini, Child Support. Kirk Ford, Environmental Health. "25 years of service, Augie Marin with the Probation Office. Jack Wan with Probation. Jackie Otis, Social Services. Lieutenant Jason Cadillo with the Sheriff's Office. Rhonda Gott with Air Quality. Okay, thank you. Sergeant Stephen Bonner with the Sheriff's Office. "30 years of service, Cameron Munoz with the Sheriff's Office. "35 years of service, Alejandra Ayon with Child Support. Sheriff Matt Kendall. And 40 years of service, Sergeant Steven Studer.
I believe we, if everybody would wait just 1 second, maybe?
Yeah, if people could wait before leaving.
Oh, it didn't work. There's the reception. Sherry, wanna?
So we're taking a break to have a reception in Conference Room A, so please, all the recipients, please go over to Conference Room A after public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, please wait
Okay.
for public comment.
So we will honor those public servants in Conference Room A right after this. Are there any public comments about this recognition?
Hi, good morning, Jesse Van Voorst, Deputy Director, Department of Social Services. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Jacqueline Otis for her 25 years of service. I've worked with her for over 15 years. I think in 2009, I worked with her as an eligibility worker. She went on for several years and worked in IHSS. And most recently, she's a social worker for Adult Protective Services. She always served the community members with dignity and respect, helping people with their needs. She makes great decisions. She's excellent to have as an employee. She puts in long hours, working on call, weekends. For some time, she's been carrying double a caseload, so we really appreciate her dedication and everything she does for the members of our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Sheriff Kendall.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I wanted to point out a couple of things about Sergeant Studer. He was my first training officer when I got to work at the Sheriff's Office, and in the first week that I worked with him, he pointed out several things, philosophies, the way that we do our jobs that have had a positive effect, not just on myself, but almost everyone in the Sheriff's Office. Steve's been an exemplary employee for 40 years. Now, I've only known him for 35, but I think that he was doing well before I showed up. And, you know, as we look at getting close to the ends of our careers, you get 35, 40 years in and whatnot, you begin to appreciate the people and what they brought to the table. And hopefully all of us can pass that on to those who come after us as well. And I just really want to take a few minutes to acknowledge and thank Sergeant Studer for everything that he has done for the office, for the public, and for myself personally. Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I'm here to recognize Jessica Sandoval for her 20 years of service. I've worked with Jessica for a long time now. We started at IT together. She obviously had been with the county longer than I had at the time, but I can't imagine IT being in the state that it is today without her support. Now, of course, helping me with being at the executive office as a principal analyst there, working on the budget. You know, I remember when I asked her if she wanted to come and join me and work on the budget, and her face of terror when I brought that up. But like always, like she does with everything, she rose to the occasion. She came over and she tackled that challenge head on. She's remarkable. I wouldn't choose anybody else to go through all that with. She's really quite an employee, and I'm honored and I'm privileged to work with her. So thank you. Thank you, Jessica.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. Robin Heller with Department of Child Support Services. I would like to take a minute to recognize both Julie Pardini and Alejandra Ayon. Julie's been with us for 20 years. I actually hired her when she first came, and she's worked her way up from a child support specialist 1, now a supervisor. She is our training coordinator. She's trained, I believe, just about every employee we have in our office at this time. She truly cares about the people that she serves. She treats everybody as she would expect to be treated and like to be treated. And I could go on and on about the things that she does in the office. She's just a wonderful person. On a side note, on a personal note, it would not be strange for her to bring in jerky from the deer she processed last night and a fresh baked pie in the morning before she starts work. She's just a great employee, and we should all be so proud to have her as a employee for the county. Alex actually started, she's been here longer than 35 years. She was part-time. She started when she was in high school, and she is our go-to lead person in legal. Our attorney, our commissioner rely on her to make sure that everything goes smoothly, everything that they need is in order for our court appearances. We are actually getting ready to go through one of the most significant changes in child support, and thank goodness for Julie and Alex, because I don't know how we would do it without them. So personal note about her, she has a great relationship with our Hispanic customers, so much so that when we have hired others, we've had people call thinking they were scammed because it wasn't Alex that was actually reaching out to them. So I appreciate them. She makes our office look good. They all do. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right. So we will take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 9:42. And we'll enjoy this time to recognize this these public servants in conference room A.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
9:43. We'll go to item 4E, discussion and possible action regarding board ad hoc committees, including final reports and disbanding of ad hoc committees that have concluded business pursuant to Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedures, Rules number 31 and 33. Okay, so I'll turn to the clerk of the board. We have a listing posted of the ad hoc committee. So why don't we go down through the list and have a report out from each ad hoc and determine whether it should be disbanded at this point. Okay, so the first one is formation of an ad hoc to work with staff and the Friends of the Fort Bragg Library to draft and return with an appropriate memorandum of understanding. So Supervisors Norvell and Williams.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. I think we did make a little bit of headway on this and got a little bit more what they were after, but I think in the end, and Supervisor Williams can either agree or disagree with this, but I think we mainly agreed to disagree on what the wants and the needs were of the county versus what the Friends of the Fort Bragg were after.
Sometimes independent efforts can yield better results than collaborating with local government, and I think this is an instance where all parties recognize that we're going to get more public good out of the county standing back.
Okay, so we should disband that ad hoc.
Frankly, I thought we already had.
Me
Okay.
too.
All right. Okay, so we'll consider that disbanded in the ultimate motion.
Retroactively.
Yeah. Okay. And Lily, could you read the next ad hoc?
Formation of an ad hoc committee to work with the CEO through the consultation process required by the Master Tax Sharing Agreement with the City of Ukiah regarding the city's proposed change of organization as discussed at the April 16th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Okay, that's Supervisors Klein and Norvell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just say Supervisor Norvell and I collaborated on a report out that was attached to, I believe, a meeting in September that pretty much summarized the work that had been done. I would personally say this is ongoing, considering the city has not come back with an updated proposal. Perhaps an option would be to disband and reform this ad hoc when they do come out with a proposal. I'm also willing to continue to stay working on this. Supervisor Norvell, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that's fine. I would be willing to go either way on that as well.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I want to thank the two supervisors. I think although that first proposal didn't seem compatible, I think there's an opportunity, a win-win, where the county and the city are both stronger for the reasons Supervisor Mulhorn has pointed out past meetings. And so if it's not progressing, I wonder, should we also invite the city to have a collaborative meeting with the full board? Do you feel like you're at a roadblock where it's not progressing and we need to continue in a different venue?
Supervisor Klein.
No, I'll clarify a little bit where I think the City of Ukiah is at in their process. The last update we received from City Council members that we were working with, because they also had an ad hoc committee formed, was that they are doing different analyses of different areas and what would pencil out for them. And so they're more in an internal phase, not at a collaborative stage where they're not sharing with us at this point what areas they're looking at. My hope is that they would be willing to engage with us early on in the process so that it can be a win-win for us. Maybe we'll see something in Q1 of 2026, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems like since we don't want ad hocs to be continuing on forever, that we should just disband it. And then if during the new year information comes up or we need an ad hoc, then the new chair can appoint the ad hoc as needed. Okay? Are we all right with that? Okay. Okay, the next one.
Formation of an ad hoc committee regarding the Anderson Valley Community Services District and County of Mendocino Tax Sharing Agreement.
Okay, Supervisors Mulhern and Norvell.
Okay, so they had a bit of an ask from the Board of Supervisors with a small proposal, and I think probably in the end, the two supervisors, I think it's safe to say, couldn't agree on how to move forward with them. There was a question about money and where the money's going to come from, and I don't think that we solved either one of those.
So is the recommendation then to disband that ad hoc?
It would be for me.
Okay. All right, next.
Formation of an ad hoc committee regarding the response to the 2024-2025 grand jury report, continuity report.
Yeah, we responded to that, so that should be disbanded.
I thought we already did.
Yeah. Yes.
Formation of an ad hoc committee to continue the maximizing funding streams such as realignment use for mandated services and maximizing A87 charges to districts and grants.
Supervisors Klein and Williams. This is also known as the budget ad hoc, right?
Yeah. So I think it's an ongoing effort that needs to continue, but I don't know if doing it in an ad hoc is the best. I want to hear from Supervisor Klein. I'd be happy having the budget be a standing item on every agenda because it's probably the #1 priority for the board in the coming year.
I'll agree that this is really an ongoing item. There's a lot of work under this ad hoc's purview, and I think we made some progress, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in the upcoming year.
All right. Well, I've had some thoughts on this. And, I don't believe that we should have ad hocs that continue on as kind of a standing committee or with important information that the whole board should have. So I think that we should have a standing budget item on each agenda. This would eliminate the ad hoc committee, keep all the board updated on any recent current changes to the budget, and we could have oversight into the budget into progress on reporting, financial statements, etc. Discussing the budget every quarter doesn't allow the board to keep current with any changes in reporting, forecasting, or new items that come, that the financial team is aware of. And so, for example, last meeting I reported that the county's contribution to the retirement fund would decrease by 1.4 million next year. And I think that, after talking with staff, that this was confirmed. Yet officially, I don't know if the rest of the board is aware of this. And I don't think that we should wait until next year to have that kind of information. And so I think that if we have a budget item just like we have for department head reports, that every meeting, if there's something that the board needs to know about, something new that's happening with the budget, doesn't need to be a formal presentation, but it would be good for the board to be current on everything happening with the budget because there's a lot of concern in the community about what's going on with our budget. And I think that this could be with the executive office, but also with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the assessor, because a lot of that information is coming from those sources too. So I just want the board to be all aware of anything that's happening with the budget. So I would recommend that ad hoc be eliminated and that this regular standing item on the budget or each agenda be placed. Supervisor Klein.
I'm curious what our CEO thinks of your request.
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. We are starting the budget cycle now. We are scheduled to be in front of you every month. And also every month there's a report in the CEO's report at your request about the budget. and where we are with the 6% attrition rate and the year-to-date reports as we can pull them out of the executive office. So I would want to know very clearly what those expectations are if an item's going to be on there, and it's going to be up to my team to bring something forward every meeting when not that much changes in 2 weeks, especially when we're going to be bringing detailed items monthly for the workshops that you need to do for 26-27, as well as wrapping up 25-26.
Well, I don't think the expectation is that you bring something prepared every meeting, but if there's new updates to the budget situation, I think that's what we should be aware of at each meeting, and that would give us an opportunity to discuss and take action if needed. Supervisor Williams.
So pulling back the layers here, in order for the budget process to be credible in the public's eyes, it needs foundational information in a timely and reliable manner. It hasn't existed since I've been here, and talking to past supervisors, I don't know if it's existed for decades. I think this board has been working with pretty spotty information. We learn from reports what happened about 3 years after the fact. And no one who works for this county created the problem, right? But we're the ones that are supposed to be fixing it. And it has to be a collaboration between the Board of Supervisors, the Executive Office, the other elected offices. And so I think just having an ad hoc focused on the end result isn't going to get at the core problem that, every time we ask for information, we hear the accounting software doesn't work, or the way we're using it isn't the best. We need to fix that underlying problem. So if there's an ad hoc focused on how do we get a cost estimate on fixing the core problem, that rather than focusing on the ways that problem manifests throughout the organization, I would be game to continue working with Supervisor Klein. She's fantastic to work with, and she's brought a lot of insight to this process. But today, if we meet with staff and say, well, we need the information so that we can help prep our colleagues, and we hear, well, it's not possible because our systems and our software can't provide it, we're just at this standstill where everybody ends up looking bad. We say, why can't the CEO provide it? Because the data's not in the system and she can't run reports. Why are the other financial offices not adopting better software if it's a problem? Because they're staffed to barely do their daily tasks and they can't think big picture. So I'm asking the board to consider creating a goal next year of fixing the system and the software so that we can stop talking about what doesn't work. And this ad hoc could be reframed to help guide that process and bring back options to the board, because there will be a cost. Chair, do you see where I'm going? What do you think?
Let's see, we'll turn to the CEO.
If I may, this board has approved a contract with an outside consultant to help develop a roadmap, just to your points. And we have begun meeting with that individual. I mean, it will require more than just my office to participate, but that is the goal, a roadmap to how we move forward fiscally and what are the things that we can tackle and what's the priority of tackling those, right? So that is something that we've begun working on.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm trying to not take us too far from the agenda, which is the ad hoc committees. But that effort I 100% support, appreciate the executive office moving on it quickly. But at the same time, the county has been, quote unquote, working on it for ages. Working on it in this organization is synonymous with ending the conversation, coming back to it next meeting or next month or next year. And I think it's a much larger lift to fix what's wrong. And so the ad hoc as it's framed today isn't very valuable, because we're talking about how the problem manifests, that we don't have the information. And we're not going to have that information until we fix the systems and the software. And this roadmap is obviously part of it, but I think that there's a broader effort that needs to happen.
Well, one idea would be, we could have an ad hoc focused just on that reporting issue, even though I think we've gone through this before. But, having a standing item in the agenda to deal with the budget could give us those updates every meeting to see if we're making progress or not. to keep us all informed about, what the current information about the budget is. Because if we don't have that information, like that 1.4 million not going to IMSARA, then how do we make strategic hiring process decisions if we don't have all the most current information? That's just my issue. So anyway, we can deal with that next year. The new chair can figure out if we want to do that or not, or we can make a decision now. But the real issue is, do we get rid of this ad hoc at this moment? Supervisor Mulhern.
I do think that over the course of the year, there have been many references to the budget ad hoc, and then if you actually read the definition of what the ad hoc was supposed to be working on, it didn't align. So I appreciate the idea of just having a standing item on the agenda that you're talking about, and would support removing this particular ad hoc and coming back next year with a more clear plan about how the board can address issues that come up with the budget, whether that's with a standing item or in supervisors reports, or asking the CEO during CEO report if we didn't see it in the CEO report. Maybe there are alternative ways, but I think that this particular ad hoc kept getting referenced and assigned things that were not part of what specifically said they were supposed to be working on.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so as far as your standing agenda item, and you mentioned getting timely updates there, that's something that could still be handled through the CEO's report, but you also mentioned the concern of being able to take action on something. Do we need a standing, a placeholder in the agenda for that, or if the CEO has something budget that she needs to bring forward that takes action, then we just add it to the agenda? I'm having trouble seeing the need for both.
Well, I think that we had an issue with the department heads, and having a standing item for department head reports has been very good, I think, in helping us get the latest from all the department heads. If we had a budget standing item, then we would get the latest from all the people dealing with the budget, and we could get that information, we could ask questions, we could have a discussion at that point instead of just a report. So that's the idea. Okay, if we're all right with that, we can also put it off till next year, and maybe during our workshop we can decide if that's what we want to do, or you as a chair can decide. But as far as the ad hoc goes, that's what our mission today is. Supervisor Klein.
To your suggestion, Chair, of a standing item, I personally don't see the need for it to be every meeting, but maybe a monthly would be a good compromise. And it seems like the CEO's office is already planning to bring monthly budget items to us, so it probably could be packaged in what they're already planning to do.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Can we clarify the language of what will be provided? Because just a budget update is rather vague. And in my experience, what happens is we get a few pieces of information that may all be accurate, but we don't have the other pieces of information. So now we feel like we're empowered to make a decision because we know what's going on. Actually, we don't know what's going on, right? So I think what you're asking is you want all of the information that staff has about budget and the county's financial position. I don't think the CEO can provide that monthly in any meaningful way. I think the budget team and the executive office have a hard time understanding that material in real time on a monthly basis, right? But the problem the board has is the surprises. We think that we need to cut a certain amount and we should work on a plan. How do we reduce? And then we find out, oh, there's $11 million over there. We don't want that to happen anymore. I don't think having an ad hoc or a standing item on the agenda will fix that, right? So how do we tackle that problem? That's really what we're after. Is we want accurate information. We want to make good decisions. We want to know what's going on. And today we don't.
Well, maybe that should be the discussion for the workshop in January. Right? Because there's a lot there. Okay? So, what I'm hearing is that we could disband the ad hoc, and we'll have this conversation in January about how to get the information we really need. Okay? Are we good with that? Okay. Right. Next.
Formation of an ad hoc committee regarding the response to the 2024-2025 grand jury report, Planning and Building Department, structural issues exposing the cracks, with Williams and Norvell.
Chair.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, may I read from the September 9th, 2025 meeting minutes? Board action upon motion by Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor Norvell. It is ordered that the Board of Supervisors approves the Board of Supervisors' response to the 2024-2025 grand jury report and disband the grand jury ad hoc committee, ... So I think we've already done it.
Okay, so it's been disbanded. All right. And the last.
Formation of an ad hoc committee to prepare a risk analysis on the proposal to separate the auditor, controller, and treasurer tax collector positions, including an evaluation of the process for returning the item to the Board of Supervisors for consideration.
Mission accomplished. I say that. And so, anyway, we dealt with that issue, and we presented it to the board. We took action. We don't need the ad hoc anymore. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm happy to disband it. I don't know if I would say mission accomplished. I'm not sure if that was a risk analysis.
Okay. Well, we moved with it. Okay.
It's completed.
Yeah. All right. So we have we've decided what to do with all of those except the second to the last one, which was already disbanded. Okay. So is there any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
All right. So let's have a motion to disband those ad hocs.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by the button.
So, Chair, if you would like, you could go to 4G if you wanted to wait on 4F.
Yeah.
And we can knock out some of those smaller items.
Okay.
I believe Anna and Schwinn are here.
Through the chair, if I may, the motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we're going to skip over and go to 4G, which is a noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action, including review of the performance of Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG, agreement number 21 CDBG ED 10007 for Microenterprise Technical Assistance Program and authorization for the County of Mendocino to close out grant as required by the State Housing Community Development Agency. So, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any received, has been sent to your email.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Okay, staff presentation.
Yeah.
Anna.
Good morning, Chair Haschek, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antal, County Counsel. Today's public hearing is a required part of the administration of the county's Microenterprise Technical Assistant Grant Program that ran from April 2023 to September 2025. The grant period has officially ended, and a public hearing is a requirement of the closeout process with the California Department of Housing and Development. It also serves as an opportunity to report out on the progress of the outcomes of the grant-funded work. In 2023, Mendocino County launched its Microenterprise Technical Assistance Program to provide assistance and expertise to entrepreneurs and microenterprises with 5 or fewer employees. The program was funded in the amount of $250,000 with a combination of CBDG grant award and program income funding. West Business Development Center received a contract for $232,500 to deliver services, and $17,500 was allocated for the administration by county staff. The program was successfully implemented, and through this initiative, comprehensive support to low and moderate income entrepreneurs and small business owners, including one-on-one consulting, business training, outreach, was provided in alignment with the approved scope of work. Technical assistance was provided in both English and Spanish to ensure inclusive access across communities in the county. Outreach activities included Spanish language campaigns through Centro de Negocios West, e-newsletters, advertisements in local newspapers and community publications, local collaborations with Mendocino College, local chambers of commerce, and workforce partners, continued enhancement of online resources and accessibility, digital and print materials promoting LMI and Latino and Hispanic focused programs, and social media campaigns highlighting success stories and small business initiatives. These efforts expanded visibility and accessibility, bringing essential business services to underserved and minority communities. Between April 2023 and August 2025, the Microenterprise Technical Assistance Grant delivered more than 499 hours of business advising and support, serving 232 individual clients, 101 businesses, and 120 new entrepreneurs who entered the program through the ascertain readiness process. A total of 120 individualized plans were developed to help clients establish, strengthen, or expand their microenterprises. The grant also funded the delivery of 2 workshops designed to meet the needs of low to moderate income entrepreneurs. They were unlocking the power of online sales and the pitfalls of artificial intelligence and the importance of cybersecurity. These sessions were focused on building digital skills, online business development, and awareness of emerging technologies relevant to small business owners. And that concludes the report, staff report for the public hearing.
Okay, are there any comments from the board? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board.
Move approval.
Okay, I guess I need to close the public hearing. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing now, and we'll take a motion.
Move approval.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We are going to go to item 4I right now, which is discussion and possible action, including appointment of and approval of employment agreement between the County of Mendocino and Anthony Adams to serve as a Mendocino County alternate defender in the amount of $190,000 per year with a total annual compensation of $323,000 commencing on January 4th, 2026. Okay. So, is there any board comment on this? This is item 4I. Okay, seeing none. Okay, any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, looking for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, we will go back to item 4F.
Chair, I think you could handle 4J in the same manner of what you just did.
4J?
Yes.
Okay, right. Okay, we'll keep on with 4J, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution certifying and adopting finding of critical need pursuant to Government Code Section 7522.0 5-6, in order to appoint Catherine L. Elliott as interim county counsel effective January 12th, 2026. Approval of agreement with Catherine L. Elliott in the amount of $190,000 to provide interim county counsel services effective January 12th, 2026 through June 30th, 2026. Waiver of residency requirement pursuant to Government Code Section 27641.1. Appointment of Catherine L. Elliott as interim county counsel in accordance with the terms of the agreement. Right? Any comment from the board? Okay, seeing none. Okay, any public comment? Okay, seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Move approval.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'd just like to say we appreciate Ms. Elliott coming back to the county and serving in this time, since we're looking for a long-term, full-time county counsel. So I appreciate that offer. Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. So now we will return to item 4F, which is a noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution amending Exhibit X, Mendocino County Master Fee Schedule, effective February 14th, 2026, unless code or policy require longer, adopting fee modifications for the Departments of Animal Care, Clerk of the Board, County Council, Facilities and Fleet, and Library. Okay, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and any correspondence received has been sent to your emails.
All right, so we'll look to staff for a presentation.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Blayton, Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. Thank you for the opportunity to have this public hearing today. With us today is Animal Care, Clerk of the Board, County Council, Library, and Fleet and Facilities to present fees. As a reminder, the fees presented today were calculated based on the direction provided during the April 2025 fee hearing, where the board chose to utilize a modified approach to cost recovery. These fees do not include all indirect staffing costs, such as vacation, but does include indirect costs such as supervising rates and A87 costs. The modified approach allows additional cost recovery compared to prior years while trying to keep the increases within reason. The first department presenting today will be Animal Care, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the director, Amy Campbell.
Amy Campbell, Director, Animal Care Services, here to speak on fee increases for the animal shelter. The current fee schedule for Mendocino County Animal Care Services was last updated in 2023. Since that time, the department has experienced increased costs related to veterinary care, staffing, and service delivery. A modest adjustment to fees is now proposed to better reflect actual expenses while continuing to support accessible and high-quality animal care for the community. Proposed action is to approve the minimal fee increases recommended by the recent time study for Mendocino County Animal Care Services. These changes reflect the actual cost of services and include both modest increases and decreases to ensure fairness and accuracy. The updated schedule maintains affordability and access for the public while supporting operational sustainability. I also wanted to note that it's still a great deal adopting a pet from the shelter, even with these modest increases, is still quite a deal if you take into consideration what's included in the adoption fees. The spay and neutering alone still makes it a great deal. Also, microchipping, vaccines, rabies, license, heartworm, flea prevention. So it's still, even with the increases, we encourage people to come to the shelter to adopt because it's still a really great deal. I'm happy to answer questions.
Right. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, thanks for your work on this. I appreciate it, and I'm ready to support it. I'm curious, should there be a line item in animal care services for cost recovery of dealing with cattle that are let to roam coastal communities.
Recovery if the shelter is impounding the.
Well, I'm just
yeah,
thinking,
or-
yeah, impounding or the overall cost. I don't know where it fits in, but I see that there's a problem I know you know about for
Yeah.
years. There's cattle loose on Highway 1. And the county can't absorb that remediation cost, but we need a way to collect it from the owner of the animal. Do we need a line item for that?
So that, I would say that would be included with the return to owner fees, same
Okay.
as if somebody's dog or cat was impounded at the shelter. We'd have to look at, in some cases, we are impounding livestock. We have a
Yeah.
horse and we've had pigs. And so we treat that the same as we would dogs or cats if the owners, come and claim them. So we could.
There's a situation where, or a dynamic where the owner doesn't come to claim. And it's hard for me to ask the county to spend a lot of money on this. CEO will tell us we're broke, and we are. We need a way to collect from the person who let the animal loose. In the case of livestock, right, where it's a high cost to get an RFP out. We don't have to do it today, but I'm wondering if we need a line item to come back so that the county gets full cost recovery on those efforts.
So I will say that citations have been issued. That is one way to try to encourage livestock and animal owners to be responsible and keep their animals and livestock contained. I'm not sure how it would work if the animals are actually not being impounded or being seized by the county. In this case, that's part of the problem, is getting them, wrangling them up and getting them. So that could be tricky, but we could certainly look at that.
Is it possible to ask county council to collaborate looking at that to make sure that we're recovering as much of the cost as possible?
Brina Blanton, Acting County Counsel. Yes, we could work with Animal Care Services to look at ways to recover costs for retrieving things like animals like cows that are loose.
Chair, I don't need it to be part of the motion, but could we somehow capture direction given?
Well, I think we're trying to capture those kind of directions in the motion.
Okay.
So, hey, CEO Antle.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, in this particular case, it's finding the people to go out and do the roundup and bring the cattle in. It's not necessarily that we don't know how to process it. It's more in charge for it. It's more about finding the folks that will actually either put themselves at risk or are willing to go out to Highway 1 and wrangle up these cows and bring them in. That's more of the challenge right now with this particular incident.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I also just want to interject. I understand your approach, Supervisor Williams, trying to get that cost recovery. Before we jump into maybe the development of a new fee, I would just ask that there's some collaboration with the Cattlemen's Group or the Farm Bureau before maybe there's just a change in our process that could help aid in this. I'm not fully up to speed on the situation on Highway 1 specifically, but just would ask that we work with our stakeholders. Maybe there's a workaround that could help the situation.
If I may, I think that's a good point. We also have search and rescue folks that will that assist us during times of disaster when we need to move something. So maybe through that collaboration, we can extend that, trying to find that help and bring something back to the board in 26.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, if I'm hearing correctly that there isn't a cost recovery element that needs to be amended, that we already can handle the billing, then I'm happy to drop it. This has been going on for 5 to 6 years, and so I'm just trying to keep the ball rolling in the right direction. And I don't want to hear later that, well, we can't make progress because we don't have a way to pay for it. And it seems like this is the opportunity to bill the responsible party.
I will say in this specific case, part of the problem is that there's no claim of ownership also, and that's another part of why this situation is a little bit more challenging, is there's a lack of taking responsibility, saying this is my cattle, or a way to prove that also. So.
Okay. Seeing no further changes to the fee schedule for animal care, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. So the next department is Clerk of the Board. I'm going to speak on it on behalf. Apologies, I overlooked attaching a memo for the Clerk of the Board, so there's not one. The Clerk of the Board fees, as with all of the departments, are based on utilizing the approved methodology, data from the time studies and for the staff time related to each task, and the current fiscal year expected costs. The Clerk of the Board, as shown on the presenter today, are requesting deletion of a few fees which have become obsolete, such as copying board meetings to CDs and DVDs and recordings of proceedings. These have been replaced with a copy of audio and video to a flash drive instead. The next significant change for the Clerk of the Board fees, there are 4 fees which have previously been wrapped up in a planning and building fee. For transparency, we are breaking them out into their own category under the Clerk of the Board. These last 4 fees. They include Clerk of the Board staff time for planning appeal, public hearing associated with planning and building, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors, and an administrative appeal. The last significant change was the half-day and full-day rental of the chambers. These fees have decreased based on efficiencies and technologies now put in place. So I'm going to pause here and see if you have any questions. Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board Atlas is online if there are any questions.
Okay, so seeing no questions from the board.
Okay, perfect. Well, then we'll move on to the next set of fees. This is County Counsel. I'm also going to briefly speak on it, but Brina is available if there are questions. The Executive Office did work with Charlotte before her departure to ensure the fees were reviewed. County Counsel has a total of 7 fees, all of which are on an hourly basis. Outside of the special district fee, the other fees are seldomly used. As noted in the memo, while there may be support time used sporadically for each of these tasks, due to the minimal number of times the fees are used, obtaining data to determine support staff was difficult. So therefore, the fees are based on 1 hour of a deputy county counsel's time. And as a reminder, the fees all calculated based on the approved methodology from April do include an indirect supervision rate for the county counsel position as well. So I'll pause before we go on to the next department to see if there's any questions on the county counsel fees.
Okay, seeing none.
Okay. So the next department is library. Again, the proposed fees are based on utilizing the approved methodology, data from time studies for the staff time related to each task, and the current fiscal year expected costs. I'll turn it over to Barb Chapman for further discussion.
Hi, Barb Chapman, Administrative Services Manager for the library. The residents of Mendocino County voted for Measure O to maintain and improve library services. The current fees for the library are reasonable, and we're requesting that most of the fees be allowed to remain the same. There are 2 fees which should be slightly decreased according to the time study: the fee for the flash drives, which are sold for public internet users, and the fee for private use of the library meeting rooms. Do you have any questions about this, about the fees?
If I may, through the chair, what is being proposed on the screen right now is based on time studies. What the library is asking is that the fees be waived back down to no fee on some of them. So we need direction whether you're approving the proposed, which is based on time studies, or the library's request.
And there is a memo that has the fees that we are proposing.
Right. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
For clarification, would the delta between the actual cost and the subsidized fee schedule be covered by the voter pass tax, or would any of it hit our general fund?
If I may, through the chair, it does not hit general fund.
Yep. So I would say it's the request is consistent with voters.
Okay. Seeing no further questions from the board. Okay, thank you.
So if I may, through the chair, direction will need to be given to reduce the fees back down to the current fees, if that's the the full board's decision.
So the direction, when we do a motion, it would be to maintain the current fees except for those 2 fees that are being decreased.
Yes, if that's the will of the board.
Okay.
So the last department that's bringing fees forward is Fleet and Facilities, and Jeff is here to talk if there's any questions, but this should be very straightforward. The fees today are based on the direction the board, this is specific to the electric vehicle charging stations, and the fees today are based on the direction received from the board from the September meeting, which was to set a rate at or above the existing chargers in the area, collect the data for 6 months, and then bring back a proposal for full cost recovery. So these fees today are setting it at or a little bit above the current, and then in 6 months, once we have data, we'll bring it back as another fee hearing.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I've received a lot of public comment about that. I don't know what to do, but the comment is essentially there's 2 high-speed charging systems in Ukiah, and those are now open to other vehicles, not just Teslas. They can charge a car in about, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. And so chargers that'll charge that same vehicle in 12 to 14 hours may not be very attractive. So setting the fees, using a fee that's the same as the fast charging, we may find that the chargers go unused. Maybe the board wants to brainstorm. I think what's happened is the pace of government, right? Everybody's working hard on this, but federal funding and the state and the county, you put it all together, and these are coming 5 years too late. Technology has moved faster than we could get these installed. So do we want a fleet of chargers that go unused, or do we want to adjust the fee so that they're attractive to use? They take longer, but they cost less.
Supervisor Norvell.
Chair, I'm going to agree with Supervisor Williams here. I mean, part of the attraction of going to these faster chargers is, you get in and out quick and you're fine with paying the premium for the speed. But I agree 100% that I don't know if people are going to use them if you can get it 3 times, 4 times faster for the same price as, in a couple of different spots in the city of Ukiah. I certainly wouldn't.
Supervisor Klein.
I don't imagine that people will be using these chargers even if we reduce the rates. So I don't necessarily see that as going to be a game changer. As someone who drives an EV, I'm not going to come to the county to charge. So it's unfortunate, but I don't think that subsidizing it is going to change that situation.
Well, when we discussed this before, this is the plan that we came up with. Certainly times change and everything, but we did send staff off to create this kind of program. And the idea was we would do it for 6 months. We wanted it to be kind of revenue neutral and not subsidizing anything at this point in our budgetary life. And so I think that staff did what they were told to do. We should go for 6 months, see what happens with it, and at that point we can decide what to do moving forward. Supervisor, okay. All right, is that acceptable? Supervisor Williams, I see.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what to do. I think when we started this project, only one brand of vehicle could be charged high speed, right? Now that that's been opened, what we've done doesn't really make sense. And so I'm fine waiting the 6 months, but I expect what the board will be looking at in 6 months is these go almost unused. And I don't know if that's a greater cost to us than reducing the per kilowatt charge and having some use.
Yeah. Well, I assume that the people who are charging here at the county parking lot are here for a reason. Maybe they're spending the day or whatever. They're not coming here just to charge their car. Okay.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair, that is the end of the presentation. So I just look to the board for a motion.
Okay. So let's see. Supervisor Williams, did you capture all of that?
Are we done with public comment?
Oh, no. Okay. Let's hear public comment.
Good morning, supervisors, CEO, Antle, and staff. I didn't plan to talk about this, but I was going to squeeze in a thank you for the chargers. I think you should go longer than 6 months because it's winter. There's not a lot of travel. The idea was putting those chargers in for travelers, and we have more travelers in the summer. Another consideration is that there really are a lot of EVs. I charge at home too, but there are a lot of people coming into the county, and if we want revenue from people who are driving EVs, they'll be coming and charging there. And the third thing was you guys were supposed to be getting EV fleet, and they were supposed to charge at night, and then during the day, the public was supposed to come in. So as much as we can push forward on an EV fleet or hybrids or something would be a good thing. Thanks.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a statement of the speaker's name?
Eileen Mitro. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action and maintain the library fees as is, and incorporate the reductions in library fees.
The proposed reductions.
The proposed reductions.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good. We will move on to item 4H, which is discussion and possible action, including direction regarding collection of A87 cost plan from non-general fund budget units, including grants and special districts.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Assistant CEO. The Executive Office, along with Supervisor Klein, is bringing forward an item for discussion and possible action regarding the collection of the A87 cost plan from non-general fund budget units, including grants and special districts. As a reminder, the budget was balanced with an estimated $700,000 of additional funds being recouped from the cost plan. The Executive Office did reach out to the Auditor's Office to confirm what additional budget units would be charged. The Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector requested there be discussion and direction from the board around what departments to bill. Therefore, we are bringing this item forward. The item is being brought forward today as this is the first available meeting since the 25-26 cost plan was approved by the state on November 12th. So I'll turn it over to CEO Antle or Supervisor Klein if they have any additional information.
Yeah. Supervisor Klein.
Yes, thank you to the Executive Office for bringing this forward. My interest in co-sponsoring this is I'm supportive of the full cost recovery from non-general fund budget units, including grants and special districts. This was something we did look at through the budget ad hoc. I view this as a starting point for the county to move towards full cost recovery. In some of my discussions with different departments, they had varying levels of cost recovery through their grants, and so I would like to see and hope the board agrees that we should be having some sort of consistency in terms of how we are getting reimbursed, particularly for grants and different state and federal funding streams.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I support the intent. I did ask staff for a little bit more detail, and I appreciate the detail that came. There's still not quite enough for me because I have to explain to constituents when they ask, for example, page 8, fire agency support, what was $30,000 of fiscal support and what was $40,000 of information services? I couldn't answer my constituents and explain what that is. I have no idea. And so I would like to ask that the county show its work. I'm not disputing these figures. I'm just saying I have no idea what they are. $30,000 of fiscal support for fire agencies Is that when they come to us and ask for something and we say, no, we're not going to do that, we bill them for it because it used some of our time to say no? And information services, I have no idea how we spent 40,000 on information services. So where is the breakdown? I think Supervisor Klein is about to answer my question, that she has the breakdown of what these represent.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer your question, Supervisor Williams. I just wanted to note that my perspective on this, I'm hoping we can have some collaboration with the Auditor Controller's Office as they submit this to the State Controller's Office for approval. And I believe that our Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector has her hand raised online and would welcome her participation in this item.
Okay, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Ms. Cubison.
Good morning, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Cubison. So I did look at the fire category, and that is something that we're working with information services to further clarify. I do think that if we were to charge fire services for the 87, that dollar amount, 39,000 of it would not be included. That is a kind of a confusion on billing internally. It was actually for repeater service for fire services, but not for the fire agency funding category. But it is county work. The county IT did perform on the repeater system for fire agencies. However, that's just the information services. That's 39,000 of that. One of the issues with the fire service funding contract process is that, we are effectively processing 84 contracts a year with the current method of contracting and distribution. And those touch probably at least 6 people every single time. So that's 6 people when we're talking routing. So it's going through executive office, it's going through county council, and then the auditor's office is having to enter all of those contracts or most of them into the finance system. So it is incredibly, unfortunately, labor intensive the way that it's currently structured. Our office has encouraged several times that it be handled in a different manner. Fortunately or unfortunately, perhaps looking at some of the 87 information more closely may help guide some better processes. It's something that we would prefer to work with departments, and I know you're not keen on an ad hoc, but there is an incredible amount of information behind every number on the schedule. And so it's definitely something that I think would take an enormous amount of board time if you wanted to look at every number on every, fund or budget unit that's being coded in that manner. But we can certainly have a further discussion in the future. The issue that I have in general is I think we just need really clear direction from the board. If you want us to pursue billing any and all grant programs and funds that can recoup funding through their programs in any manner, like that needs to be direction from the board to the departments to work with the auditor's office to determine if they can, or in a lot of these grant programs, if their parent budget unit can absorb that cost of the 87. So there may be some grant programs that can't specifically pay it, but it may also be possible that their parent budget unit can, their general county budget unit, if it's something in behavioral health or public health or social services or something like that. So I would appreciate at some point, I don't know if it's today, but that there's direction to not just our office, but the departments, because I certainly don't feel comfortable making the decision as to who's going to be charged and who's not going to be charged. Some of the categories on here, we are charging many, departments or funds that we are aware of that can pay, but the grant funds are not being charged their A87. So I'll stop without giving any more of my a soapbox or opinion, but I just want to let you know, we also are not able to bill special districts for A87. It's not allowable. Our office is considering, there are a few counties in the state that have special contracts with special districts that the auditor's office is able to charge a fee for service depending on the service provided, but we are not allowed by code to charge them for the A87. I just want to also point out, I'm sorry, the special districts are charged for their portion of the property tax system. So that's a kind of a completely separate animal. We do an admin fee calculation for all of those costs that relate to property taxes, and we do bill the special districts, cities, and one budget unit in the county. We are not allowed to bill schools.
Hey, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
So I'm going to stick with some questions about the fire agency support, but in the abstract, my concern applies to stack. One. Where would these funds be sourced for fire agency support? Is that out of our general fund? Is that how we're paying these expenses?
Yes.
Okay, so none of it is hitting the voter passed taxes.
Correct.
Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better. The 40,000 for repeaters, I would like to see the breakdown on how we derived that number. Is there a footnote? Can I see that? Because I think that the last board decision that I can recall of Supervisors Brown and McCowan were seated, and it was to not charge volunteer fire departments for the repeaters, to not apportion the repeaters to them because one, they're operating essentially on bake sales. Two, most of their call volume is not fires, right? Fire departments primarily respond to medical incidents, EMS, and they're doing it as mutual aid, so it's not appropriate that they're assisting and that we apportion the cost to them. And it looks like, I mean, the goal of A87 is to apportion the actual cost to the correct category. And I don't know that 40,000 should be apportioned to fire agencies. The repeaters are for EMS, which is more a county responsibility than it is a local fire district responsibility. And then the other category, the 29,000 for fiscal support, there's a lot of contracts with fire, but those contracts were not initiated by fire agencies. They were initiated by the Board of Supervisors. We put on the ballot to ask voters, do you want to support fire? And voters said yes. That was board action. I would apportion that to Board of Supervisors, county as a whole. I wouldn't apportion it to the fire district that's receiving the public funds. It just doesn't, logically it doesn't make sense. This is not an expense that fire agencies incurred. They didn't come to the county and ask for something. We pushed it on them. We said, we're putting this on the ballot. Voters supported it. And then we said, we're going to send this money out to the fire districts because we care about saving lives, property, and the environment.
Supervisor Norvell.
I agree with most of what you said, but do you think, maybe hypothetically, that since, you know, the board put that on the ballot, if it was proposed to the fire that we're going to put this on the ballot, but you're going to have to pay cost allocation, or we could leave it off of the ballot, would they have chose to keep it on the ballot?
Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor Norvell, I think if the language had been included, voters would have understood that they're voting for a portion to go towards this. But the fact that it wasn't included, I don't know that we're keeping with the will of the voters. It doesn't seem like a fire agency expense. Fire agencies never asked for it. Voters never asked us to attribute it to fire agencies. So again, I would like to see, maybe it could come back later today. I would like to see what does the 29,000 represent? What does the 40,000 represent? To get a better sense. I don't have enough information to know. And so I'm uncomfortable approving this because if a constituent asks me, what are these numbers? I don't have an answer today. I haven't spot checked any of them. I'm just looking at one column here that applies to all. But I do support Supervisor Klein. I think we do need cost recovery, and A87 is important. And so in the big picture, this is the right thing to do. I just don't know if these numbers and categories are correct.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I disagree, Supervisor Williams, with your perspective on this isn't the voter's intent. There's cost recovery all across the state of California for these kinds of contracts. And just, I want to be clear, the fiscal support is $29,000 for administering $5 million. We're not talking about taking a large portion of the funds that are going to fire agencies. I think that's a reasonable ask. I understand you want to see a further breakdown. I agree. I'm interested in learning more about the calculation. I think those are questions for the Auditor Controller's Office since she's the one who calculates them. And then just a reminder that these are amounts that are approved by the state. So I think the intent of today's agenda item, and I welcome additional comments from the Executive Office, but this is a starting point for us to say, moving forward, we need to have full cost recovery. That includes our contracts, that includes grants, that includes non-general fund departments. We have to start somewhere and have that collaboration continue on, because what's going to happen when we're building the budget for next year? Are we going to start doing this? Are we not? Maybe we want to have some sort of phased-in implementation. So this is the starting point today, and we need to give direction to staff if we're interested in pursuing this or if we're not. And I certainly hope that we are.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm interested in pursuing, and I would like to give direction to staff today. I don't want to find myself in a position where I feel foolish that I approved some fairly large numbers, $2 million to jail and rehabilitation, and I can't explain it to anybody and we find out that it was wrong, right? That's my responsibility. And so I want to support my colleague, and I think this is the right direction for the county, but I would like to fact check a few of these numbers just so that I can tell voters that I knew what I was voting on. And maybe the four of you are confident you know what this 40,000 is and what the 29,000 is. I don't have the slightest clue. And I'm asking if we've done the research, if this is based on a formula and there's some underlying facts, can those come back today? Because I'll support it if we can just fact check a couple of these. And if they can't come back because we have to do work to prepare it, then I'm going to ask, how do we have this number if we don't have the underlying work? This must be the sum of some other line items. Can I see those line items?
Hey, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I want to allow some time for our Auditor Controller to respond to some of your questions. But first off, I want to say these numbers are not really the purview of the Board of Supervisors. We don't approve this cost allocation plan in terms of the numbers that are tallied and what it all comes out to be. That's not what we're approving today. It's full cost recovery. What has happened in the past is a hodgepodge of handshake agreements where some departments are charged certain amounts, some grants are seeking full cost recovery, and we have to draw a line in the sand and say, we can't do that any longer. So I support your interest in understanding these numbers further, but again, those numbers are not for us to approve, and that's not under our purview.
Hey, Ms. Covison.
Thank you, Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Shamice Covison. So we understand that there may be items that need to be looked at more closely. One of the issues we have is we have the information that we're provided, and so we try to correlate them as the information has been filled out on timesheets, as it's been filled out on other information that we seek. One of the recommendations and suggestions has been to try to move towards what some other counties do, which is allocating the costs to every budget unit, in which case that would mean that, yes, that would require additional net county cost, but the fact that that budget unit would be paying their A87 and then getting net county cost is kind of an in and an out wash to some extent. And those internal service departments would actually receive the revenue that they are actually generating right now. That revenue is just going to ND in one lump sum. We understand that it might be, take some getting used to, but the auditor's office is totally fine with having those departments ask questions. And then those departments that are internal service departments who code their time a certain way or provide their information to us in a certain way, yes, they will be asked to further explain. And overall, the cost plan, I think, will get more accurate. What I want to point out, however, is that we do have to allocate all the costs. There are some costs that become disallowed or are not billed, but we still have to allocate them all. So it's very likely that this, $39,000 that's sitting in fire agency support, we've never billed fire agency support in the past. costs have probably been attributed to it, but this was possibly an error just because it was included as fire agency information on the billing information that we got from IT. So those are the kind of conversations that would happen if these were being billed more frequently, that the departments would say, hey, how come we are getting this charge from information services? And we would then be asking information services to explain why they think that actual items should be coded that way on their time codes, or whether that if it was materials or whatever it was that were charged to that particular task. So there is some amount of fleshing out that would take place as we continue to bill, because we do have the departments that we do bill, many of them do ask questions. And so therefore that information gets clarified even further. It's either confirmed or we go back and ask the internal service department to explain to us why. We also update the allocation factors, whether it's per transaction, whether it's per journal entry, whether it's per deposit, whether it's per login user for that department for certain IT services. So we are constantly looking at perfecting and improving that process based on feedback, but also based on conversations with the state and with our colleagues. So this is not going to be, it's not going to be 100% perfect. I think allowing this to be billed and having the departments ask those questions, I think it is an important part of this process. But right now we are billing obviously the non-general fund main budget units, social services, behavioral health, mental health. We are billing, we are getting some information or some charges from MTA, from LAFCO. The library pays, obviously transportation pays. So we are getting money in, but there are opportunities that we think could be explored with direction given and support from the board. So I don't know that today is the day that you would necessarily settle on which ones. I think what I'm hoping for is that there's direction to the departments to work with the auditor's office to determine, or the CEO's office, which of their grants and which of their other programs can be billed A87 for some recovery of some kind, if the board does not want to direct that the 87 is actually billed to every budget unit at this time.
Supervisor Williams.
If I heard correct, there may be errors. We're acknowledging maybe the columns I pointed out, fire agency support, and we don't have the underlying on this cost recovery. Also saying there could be a mistake, but I think we have to get it to the level that we believe it is 100% accurate to the best of our ability. So I want to support my colleague. I'd be happy to be part of giving direction today, but that direction should be that before we bill, this comes back with the supporting documentation and a statement, a signature. We believe that it is 100% correct. At that point, I'll support it because it's the right thing for the county to do. We need to get cost recovery. But please don't ask me to vote yes on a document that we think has errors.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, just for clarification from the auditor controller, is that what you're saying? Is that we know that this document has errors?
If I may, through the chair, the information is only as good as the information we receive from the departments. So I can never guarantee with 100% certainty that there won't be an error. We ask the departments to supply the supporting documentation. We ask the departments to code their timesheets accurately. We ask the departments to notify us when they have space changes in their building use. We ask the facilities gives us the timely information of when people move in and out of spaces. So the information in the document is as good as the information that we receive from the departments. It is not possible for us to run down every possible time code or spreadsheet movement or possible input to this process in order for this to be generated every year. It is a very involved process to come up with the numbers that we have. There's a lot of work, especially as it relates to labor, but also because a lot of these departments direct bill their services. So we have to adjust for what they've already billed for the departments so they get credit so that they're not double billed. I honestly don't think it's worth having the full board try to get into every number possible. I'm happy to have the conversation with Supervisor Williams on the fire item that was included in here, or maybe that's something that Information Services can provide to him. But I don't think that it makes sense to hold up to perfect every number. This is a massive document. So if you're gonna wait for a guarantee of absolute perfection, then we're not going to get there. Because I can't give you absolute perfection because it is dependent on inputs from all of the other internal service departments.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I also just want to share Supervisor Williams, just because something is keyed under fire agency support, charge to fire agency. Identified in this process that something might have been keyed under this that is not for specific fire agencies. I'm sure that would be a part of the process in the development of what is appropriate full cost recovery. So I appreciate the, the efforts to make sure that this is 100% up to date. But as was shared by the auditor controller, some of this has been keyed under certain, units or funds. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to get charged to those fire agencies. So I think that, again, this is a starting point. We have to have the collaboration happen for the county to move forward. It's completely inappropriate that it's been hit or miss in the past for certain agencies and for certain departments to receive different services and not have that consistency across the board. So I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues who haven't spoken on this, where they're landing on this, what further questions they have, because I really think the board needs to consider this today of what we're going to do moving forward for future budget years.
Yeah. And Supervisor Williams, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have two. One is a request. I'd like to see the underlying documentation just for two values, the 29,000 and the 40,000. I'd like to understand if I could see a copy of that. Can we pull it up? And I don't need to look at every number, but I would just like to look at those so that I can understand what I'm voting on. That's one. And two, the explanation for why I have some hesitancy, we've been telling the public and our public servants that we're broke. And then suddenly there's $11 million on the table. The public is scrutinizing what we do with numbers. If we approve this and then we find out that it was grossly inaccurate, it's a bad place for the board to be. And so I'd like to just spot check a few values. Doesn't have to be all of it, but I'd like to know what I'm voting on, and I'd like to know that the numbers are more or less accurate.
Okay. Anyone else from the board want to make a comment? Supervisor Mulhern. Oh, Ms. Covison.
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. I don't have a problem if Supervisor Williams wants to make arrangements to come over here and learn more about the cost plan. He's never asked for that to take place. I'm happy to have that conversation. I just want to remind the board that this cost plan, while it may have an occasional mistake, it is reviewed very carefully by the state because we are charging social services and we are charging other programs in behavioral health. So it's not performed in a vacuum. It's not just simply approved by the auditor's office and that's what we operate under. It is reviewed with a desk review by the state every year, and they do come out and perform actual physical audits at their schedule. So it's not just performed in a vacuum. It's not just my signature saying that it's accurate. It is reviewed, and they do review many categories very carefully.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think in general, I'm in support of making sure that the county is being reimbursed, but I think Supervisor Williams is raising a valid point that we should be able to individual items. And I am listening to the conversation carefully and trying to understand what is the process if an agency or a department has a question about how the costs were determined. What is the process for reviewing that? What is the process for remitting any errors that may have occurred? And also, what is the process potentially for being reimbursed if it is found that the calculations were incorrect?
Ms. Covison?
Thank you. Through the chair again, we do have departments that request supporting information, and that information is provided to them. We have had previous meetings in the past with the library about depreciation, and those meetings have resulted in adjustments because the library pays for their own equipment and buildings other than the initial building that the Ukiah branch is in, and the other buildings that they have purchased or participated in purchasing. So they have received credits. Those have taken place. We have made adjustments that are necessary. For whatever reason, those have been credited in the same fiscal year, or if they've been discovered later, they've been credited off of, netted against a future year's billing if it wasn't discovered timely. So we are probably going to be meeting with a couple members of the Library Advisory Board in the near future, but we have responded to questions and inquiries from the other departments as they have come up, for those departments that have been paying their A87 on an ongoing basis.
So you just mentioned the library, and I thought that meeting was going to happen the other week. Did you sit down with the library people?
It hasn't been calendared.
What was that again?
It hasn't been calendared yet.
Oh, okay. So my misunderstanding then. Okay. Well, we talked about this in April, and part of balancing the budget this year was to, charge special districts and the grants for these A87 costs. Certainly, we want those costs to be correct, and if any agency or the library or the fire districts or anyone has a question about where these A87 costs come, they should be able to get the full accounting of it, because that's just good practice. And so I certainly hope it sounds like that's part of the process. And hopefully that happens with the library and certainly with the fire districts if that time comes too. So we have been trying to get full cost recovery to see what the actual cost of every entity is in the county that we're supporting in some way. And so I appreciate seeing these numbers before us. Certainly there's room for, debate or appeal or whatever that process might look like to you. But we want to make sure that those numbers are correct and everyone feels like they're getting from the county what they're actually paying for in a way. So, in that regard, I do support this process that's going on. And so with that, I'll turn to Supervisor Williams.
I think we had a parallel situation. For a while, the board was passing fees, and fees can't be a revenue source, right? In California, they're cost recovery, so you have to study what is the actual cost. I don't know that the county was always doing a credible job with those studies. In recent years, night and day difference, and I know it's been a big lift. It's the executive office, Sarah Pierce, they've been on top of diligently looking at what is the cost of providing a service to the public. And I could ask them about any of the fees, and they could give us a breakdown. They have the documentation. That's what I'm asking for here. I don't want to ask that fire agencies appeal. I want to appeal. This is my job, to know that the numbers I'm looking at and the concept I'm voting on is accurate. And I'm hearing it's a good attempt. There may be errors, we maybe don't have the documentation. So I guess I'm going to ask a last time through the chair, may I see the underlying documentation for the $29,304 and the $40,195? Is that possible?
Well, go to Supervisor Norvell first, and then we'll go to the Auditor Controller.
Yeah,
as our tax collector.
and this is a question for the Auditor Controller. The information that Supervisor Williams is asking for, specifically the 40,000, I think you covered that when you said this is the information that you got from these services. So if the board was inclined to ask you to present that today, that would be the information that you've given, not necessarily a rebuttal from, say, the fire agency or any other agency, correct?
I have invited Supervisor Williams to come over here and ask whatever questions he'd like to ask. Unfortunately, this is not an agenda item that anybody discussed with me. I only learned about it by reading the agenda myself. If Supervisor Williams had specific questions, as we really appreciate from board members, that they put forward those questions ahead of time so that we can be prepared to answer them at a board meeting if that's appropriate. So I am confident that we have full information on what is included in the 40,000 as well as what's included in the 29,000, because it all has to be substantiated, because we do provide that information if requested to the state. I'd also like to point out that the board is fully within their authority to direct the Auditor Controller to not bill a particular budget unit. So if they want to tell us not to bill the fire agencies in the future, they can have that be direction to the auditor's office. I also want to point out that we don't bill these departments just on our authority. We send them an invoice every year for them to sign and send back to us with the same information that's showing right now on the screen. And they do ask us questions if they have questions. So those departments that are, those budget units that are being billed are being provided this information every year, and they are afforded the opportunity to ask questions and to contest anything that they see. And we don't really have we have questions, but we don't have situations where we're doing adjustments. We do certainly have questions. They want to know, why the facility costs went up, and we have to explain, whatever the hours are that were there, or because it's due to the raises that were implemented over a period of time. So we do provide them that information. The information is available, and I have invited Supervisor Williams or any of you, if you want to see a specific amount, then you need to please let us know ahead of time. So if this board really wants to bring this up later, my time this afternoon is somewhat limited because I was not informed or invited to participate other than a call from Supervisor Klein yesterday. I did find out about the item from reading the agenda. So I came prepared to discuss what I do know, and I'm not prepared to answer specific questions in the content because I need to pull up those schedules and determine what it is that Supervisor Williams would like to know specifically. I did ask because we discussed some of these items with Tony Rakes the other day on the fire agency one, because to me, it looked a little bit strange on my eye that, as I mentioned, I believe it's $29,000 of the information services relates to repeater service and maintenance for fire agencies. I just also want to remind the board, we have to allocate all of those costs, whether they are in a category that is billed or whether it's excluded from the cost plan. It still has to be calculated and on the cost plan, because we do have to allocate all of those hours for information services somewhere. So they are often disallowed for various reasons.
Any further discussion from the board? All right, well, I've been thinking about this, about how to get full support from the board for this and deal with the fire districts. One idea is to move forward with the proposal to go for full cost recovery in the A87 cost. And then Supervisor Williams, you could have a conversation with the Auditor Controller, and if you see that there's something incorrect about those numbers, you could bring it back to the board as an agenda item in the new year. And that way we can make sure that we're doing what's right. Okay? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. So first, auditor controller can only work with the information that's provided by the department, right? So I don't expect auditor controller to necessarily know if it's accurate, right? It may just be passed through. My concern is not who has inaccurate information. It's, am I voting on information that's going to be found to be wrong? And maybe you have to be around here for a while to get burned enough times before you start asking these questions. And so we may have a split vote. I can't support this without some underlying documentation, because too many times I voted and later found out that it was faulty information I was given.
Supervisor Klein.
I just want to clarify again that the board is not voting on the A87 cost allocation plan. That's something that's prepared by the auditor controller, approved by the state, that is out of our jurisdiction. What's before us today is providing direction if we would like to pursue a plan to actually bill A87 costs to budget units and have consistency among grants and contracts. So again, we're not voting on the numbers before us. This doesn't come before us as a part of a approval or other agenda items. That's just for context of this agenda item.
Supervisor Williams.
Clarifying question. When I read the recommended action, provide direction to auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to bill A87 cost plan charges to all allowable non-general fund budget units, including grants and special districts. To me, that's we're going to bill special districts. When I look at what's attached, I'm not clear what we're billing for or whether it's accurate. And so I don't want to give a blanket approval to the county to go bill special districts. Those special districts will show up here, stand at our podium and ask, why did you bill us for this? It's wrong. I don't want to be in an embarrassing position of voting yes when I don't know what we're billing for, how much, whether it's justified, right? It's a heuristic process here. You do this a couple times and you start realizing, hey, we got to make sure we're right before we initiate a billing.
Supervisor Klein.
I have a question for you, Ms. Cubison. Would it be possible to bring something back to the board for how you would see implementing full cost recovery for our non-general fund budget units, grants, and allowable special districts? Would that be possible for us to collaborate on that?
We can certainly bring back a list for you to consider as the board. I mean, I don't know. I am not privy to whether all of the grant programs are allowable, so I don't know, if it makes sense that your direction be, for staff in the departments and CEO's office to work with the auditor to figure out which grant programs would they be allowed to bill A87 for? And if that's a more productive list than to just make up a list and say, let's bill, one of the grant programs that's on the list when we don't know if that's actually possible.
Supervisor Williams.
Because this is a good idea, and it seems like we all support the concept, could we get to auditor, controller, and executive office to continue the process, perfect it, and bring back the appropriate documentation? Basically fact check the numbers, tell the board which districts will be billed and how much they will be billed and what for. And maybe, notice it with more than 72 hours so that those districts have a chance to digest it at their regular meetings and decide whether they're going to appeal. I'm concerned about process. If we're billing a special district, I want them to know what the bill is. I don't want to, after the fact, find out that it was wrong and they're angry in this room. It's wasting everyone's time. So, I would think put together a proposal, publish it, wait a month so that those special districts can run it through their process, their regular meeting. And if nobody objects, I'm a vote in favor. Like I said, this is in the abstract. This is the right thing for us to do. The concern is the specifics.
Ms. Covison.
I would like to clarify again. We are not going to be billing special districts for A87.
Well,
that is disallowed.
Why is it in the agenda item that I'm asked
Because
to
this
support?
is fire agency support. This is not a special district. This is not saying we're going to bill Anderson Valley.
I understand.
This is a cost of providing the funding that is general fund funding to the special districts. It has to be allocated. Whether you decide we bill it or not, is up to you. We do have other category for the rest of the special districts, and it is disallowed, but we have to allocate it on the cost plan. We must allocate the costs that relate to the special districts, but we do not bill them. We will not bill the fire agency support if you do not want us to, but we have to still allocate the costs that relate to providing the contracting, the auditor's office. All of those other costs are still categorized to that particular category, whether or not it is billed, but we have to allocate it in order for the whole plan to be properly allocated. So we still categorize, for instance, we can't bill certain things that relate to cannabis. We can't bill certain things that relate, as I mentioned, to the special districts, but we still calculate them in the plan, but we cannot bill the special districts. We know that is not an allowed cost. We have many other things that are not, for instance, MTA is not a special district. MCOG is not a special district. LAFCO is not a special district. Those are not county departments, but we still allocate the costs to them and they still pay it. They still pay their portions of the A87. Those are some of the other funds that are participating and are paying, but we have to still allocate the costs equally and appropriately to every user of the system, whether or not we're going to bill them or are able statutorily to bill them.
Supervisor Williams.
So this is not confrontational. You're doing your job. I don't have any problem with the methodology. But the agenda item, if you could look at the recommended action motion, provide direction to the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to bill A87 cost plan charges to all allowable non-general fund budget units, including grants and special districts. So to me, this item is written as we're going to bill special districts, and I'm asking, what are
Allowable.
If I may say that,
allowable? Well, but I don't know. Today, reading the packet, I don't have an understanding of what we're considering allowable. In other words, you're asking me to vote to ask the auditor controller to bill special districts, and I don't know what we're billing them for. You see why I'd have some hesitation. And if the answer is we're not billing them for anything, that's fine. Update the motion. But today, I can't tell you what I'm voting on. We're authorizing or we're directing billing to special districts for what? What's the dollar amount? Where's the documentation?
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I'm wondering if it's appropriate for this item to be continued and have the conversation and maybe in some more detail. And Ms. Cubison brought up MCOG and MTA, for instance. And so, you know, there's quite a difference in the amount that the auditor controller's office charges those two agencies. And so is that a simple, you know, you can explain what that difference is and why it's different if I were to be asked by either of those boards, why is the county charging this, right? So I think that's the challenge, that the cost allocation plan comes from your office to the state and it is approved, but as the elected officials that have a considerable amount of constituent services, we're being asked to justify it. We may not be able to readily have that. So I'm wondering if this is an agenda item that maybe even supervisors could, as you mentioned, Ms. Cubison, put their questions in writing for you to be able to have some more time to look at and respond to.
Well, I think that one of the questions for me is, you know, we've heard that special districts don't get charged. So when we're looking at providing direction to bill the A87 cost plan to the allowable non-general fund budget units, including grants and special districts, it would be good to have, I think our intent is to bill those, and that's what we based our balanced budget on. And so, but we don't have a list of the grants. I guess that's going to take a lot of work to figure out what grants we can apply this to and what special districts or fire districts or whatever entities that aren't being charged at this point, which ones would get brought into the cost plan. Right? Is that something, Ms. Cubison, that you could provide? I mean,
I'm willing to participate in the discussion, but I do not have the information about what grants
right,
can pay for those.
right.
As a response to Supervisor Mulhern, it would be great if you guys ask your questions. I'm sure you don't operationally understand. For instance, the difference between MCOG and MTA is that MTA runs all of their payables, or 95% of their payables for their entire operations through the county. So they have substantially more transactions running through the auditor's office than MCOG does. So, MCOG has payables, but does not have very many deposits, but MTA is a much larger operationally transaction-based entity. So, it also depends on, you can't look at the carry forward because that's based on a true up, because this is based on actual costs from 2 years prior. So there's questions that some of you would like to have answered. You can certainly provide the questions. We can have a further discussion individually if we need to, but I cannot, and that's why I'm saying I think the direction needs to be to staff, not just the auditor's office, because I do not have any way of knowing whether some of these other programs can pay, or if we just charge the 87 is just in a cost to a budget unit that's just going to start running negative if they're not able to generate any revenue from being billed at 87. So I wouldn't want to create a situation unless the board so directs that we then have to provide general fund dollars to support a grant that was charged at 87 but can't bill it. So I think it's an exercise that probably needs to happen with the departments and the CEO's office to determine what grants can, or what parent budget unit can carry the A87 cost for their grants.
And other than grants, you could provide the list of the districts allowable.
Bill special districts for A87.
But the other, okay, the fire districts, whatever district it is that we're considering charging the A87.
With all due respect, I'm not sure if whoever wrote the agenda item understood or knew that we could not bill special districts.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Well, you got to the heart of my concern, but additionally, I wonder if we could ask the CEO if departments who report to her provided these numbers to the auditor or controller. Can we get back to the source? Did that 29,000 and that 40,000 come from departments under your authority? Would they have the information? Could we ask? I'm trying to understand 29,304. Where did that come from? And I think that value, if we click on that cell, there's a formula. It's pulling in some other cells. What are those other cells?
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
I have nothing. I do not work on the A87.
Okay.
Out of this conversation, I'm happy to work with those departments that report to me and to you to get any grants that may be applicable and look at other districts, agencies, other things that may be able to be charged to the point we want full cost recovery, right? So I'm happy to work on the list as far as the breakdown and where the dollars come from and the calculations and the formulas. I have not been privy to that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing one, Sherry.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sherry Patton Hens Brown, and as a citizen, I'm watching this process, and my concern goes back to Supervisor Williams and the special districts, and mainly related to fire and safety. My concern is that we continue to have bond elections, and our fire and safety continues to need more money and more support, and what I'm seeing is these huge amount of money being charged back to them when I'm going to look here, I'm a property owner, and another bond measurement is going to come up. And yet what I'm seeing here on the budget that is presented, or these numbers, is we have to put them on there, but we don't really bill them. But do we want to bill them? It's very confusing, and I can see where any of the supervisors would get these same questions that I'm asking from any of the voters, because these show up on our tax bills and we're getting taxed out on our property taxes. It goes up and up with these bond measurements, and would be nice to be able to understand it from a sustainable level. Like if my tax bill is getting charged to support these public safety services, yet it's just the money's just getting taken back out again with unverified or unaccountable numbers. So I am just expressing my frustration, because I've seen this over and over, and these talks of budgets over and over, and we're in the hole now. We have a bunch of money, and I'm really, really encouraging some kind of process to make it so the Board of Supervisors can make good decisions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion providing direction to the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and the CEO's office to bring back a plan for allowable charges for allowable non-general fund budget units, including grants and services provided to special districts and agencies, what that looks like. I'm happy to be a part of that process.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I think I'm going to support it, but I have a couple clarifying questions. One is for council, I don't think we can direct the auditor controller. We may be able to request, but I don't think, independent elected office, I don't think that we can direct. Is that language that we should massage a bit? And welcome.
Brina Blanton, Acting County Counsel. I think that you could soften the language a bit if you're concerned. Yes, the auditor is independently elected, and so there are limitations to what the board can do to direct.
Yeah, so just for respect to the office, I think we should soften that. Second, I don't know that it's appropriate for the auditor controller to decide what to bill special districts, because I think the auditor controller is looking at implementing A87. But if we want services to be available for billable services to special district, I think that's more of a policy decision for the county, and we would want to look at what our cost for those services is. And I don't think we can put that all on the auditor controller. She's trying to close the books and give us reports. It seems like the wrong lead for the effort. I think it's more the county coming up with what is our cost and what do we want to bill a special district if they decide to use our service. The special districts are not under our authority, so I don't know what the legal basis would be for cost recovery if not providing a billable service.
Okay, CEO Antle.
I think she's mentioned at least a couple of times today that she cannot bill special districts. She has to do the allocation. So to me, that shows transparency. If you're not billing the special districts, but they're utilizing our services, we should be able to have a transparent worksheet that shows maybe they're billed, maybe they're not billed, maybe they're allowable, maybe they're not allowable, which I understand is the work we're being asked to do today. But when it comes back, I think showing the transparency of what a special district is costing, I find value to that, and I believe the public would be too.
Any further comment from the board? Well, I think the intent of this motion is to proceed with this, figuring out what the A87 costs are for the grants and any special districts that are allowable, right? And that's what we based our budget on. That's what the premise of this whole thing is. And we're trying to provide that information about what the cost to the county actually is for full cost recovery. So I will support this too. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, the concern, I want to support it in concept. Oh my God. The concern is, I don't think A87 applies for special districts. It's not calculating the A87. A87 would apply for our internal departments. I think what we're asking for is an analysis on what the cost to the county is on services that we provide to special districts. And at a subsequent meeting, we may decide that we need to bill for those services to get cost recovery. As I understand, that's not an A87 process. So the concern is the specific language we're using.
I guess for me, the operative word is allowable, right?
It's not allowable A87, right? You could bill
Okay.
for services for just about anything to a special district. They're not under our authority. We're not a, maybe the auditor controller could clarify whether she's comfortable with this language or would like it updated.
Auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, Shamice Covison. I do agree that the language should probably be more specific. I think that the board could take up special district direct charges at a future date. I think that the direction would be helpful to allow the CEO's office and the auditor's office to work together to determine which county budget units, grants, programs can be charged additional A87 than are currently being charged.
And direct charges, right? Is that what we're talking about? A87 and direct charges?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
I would leave the special districts out of it at this time.
Okay.
Maker of the motion agrees.
With the direct charges and the removing special districts.
At this time.
Okay.
The second agrees too, but I think you left special districts out of your motion, correct?
I did because I was referring to 87 charges for services to those districts and agencies, so I wasn't specifying special districts.
Okay. So you want to, let's see, Lily, could you repeat the motion, please?
I was actually going to ask if I can get a clear restatement with everything that has been added.
Well, let's see if we can piece this together. Move to provide direction for executive office to work with the auditor controllers, treasurer tax collector, to create a list of possible charges to non-general fund budget units, including grants and services provided to districts and agencies under the A87 cost plan. We need to add anything else?
Do we need to add direct charges on that?
Sure, let's add direct charges.
Ms. Covison, does that work for you?
That's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Second.
All right. Let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. So, we have a couple more items. I'm going to look to Sherry Johnson to see for item 4B, did the public defender, has he provided that information yet that was requested?
Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. We have not received it back from the public defender.
Okay. So at this point, let's take a break. We have a hard timed item at 12 o'clock, so we will now, the board will now adjourn to closed session to hear item 6A, 6B, and 6C. The board will reconvene no earlier than 1 p.m. Is there any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so we will Reconvene no earlier than 1 p.m.
Take with you how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here, What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streets2creeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here, What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here, What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here, What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, MendoReady.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you are out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poo, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
A beautiful, clean river doesn't start here. It starts here. What we put down our storm drains goes straight from our streets into our local creeks. Simple changes can make a big impact. Like when you wash your car, the best solution is washing at a professional car wash. But if you wash at home, divert wash water to an area where it can soak into the ground, like a planter strip. Also, empty your bucket of dirty wash water in a sink. The wash water will make its way to the treatment plant, where it is cleaned. You probably know how to pick up your pet's poop when you're out on a walk. After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. But what about the pet waste in your backyard? Pick it up regularly, and especially before rain or irrigation water washes any of it into a backyard drain. Your pet's poo is full of bacteria and nutrients that can contaminate our creeks. Scoop the poop, bag it, and put it in your garbage. When tending to your yard or garden, check the weather and prevent over-irrigation. Runoff of fertilizer, herbicides, landscape materials, compost piles, and leaf debris pollute our creeks. Remember, timing is everything. Pick up any litter or trash that may get into the streets. If you grab it before water or wind arrives, it doesn't have a chance of ending up in our creeks. It's up to each of us to take care of our creeks and rivers. They're ours to protect. Find out more at streetstocreeks.org.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit MendoReady.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, MendoReady.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit MendoReady.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient.
For closed session items 6A, 6B, and 6C, nothing to report. We're going to move on to item 4B, which was tabled from this morning. Okay, and I see there's an attachment to the item now from the Public Defender's Office. Okay, and we have the Public Defender on the line, so we will bring him in. Okay, Mr. Hill.
Hello.
Yes, If you could speak to your memo that you sent, and thank you for that.
You are very welcome. As I outlined in the memo, by the end of the year, we're going to be 4 attorneys down. Ideally, I'd like to hire 2 if I could. The number of attorneys we've been short, as well as other staff members, means that we are under our proposed budget, which should be in line with the county's desire to lower overall budget expenses.
All right. Thank you. Any comments, questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Move approval.
Second, and thank you to our public defender for bringing this forward.
Okay, any further comment? Okay, we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill, for
Thank
your
you very
time
much.
and providing that information.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to the item 4K, which is, the Chief Executive Officer's report.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to report from the Executive Office Budget Fiscal to address the budget deficit, a part of fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. County general funds were required to take a cut in their salaries, their 1,000 series, based on a 6% attrition factor, which totaled $5.2 million across departments. This factor was calculated based on a historic average countywide attrition rate. The 6% rate was consequently conservatively adjusted to account for a degree of staffing variability throughout the fiscal year. Based on the year-to-date actuals through December 12th of 2025, plus utilizing the most recent payroll to analyze the remaining fiscal year payroll expenses, the county is anticipating $4.4 million, a little under 85% of the total 5.2. This is slightly decreased 0.47% from last report. The county must remain diligent and continue to follow the strategic hiring process to realize full attrition savings for 25-26. Also, per your request, the year-to-date budget report is attached. I would like to also report some updates from the state. $18 million to the bad. The Legislative Analysis Office is projecting an $18 billion budget deficit in the newly released fiscal outlook for 26-27. This underscores the likelihood of another challenging year for state and local programs. Counties should expect deficit-driven conversations to shape early negotiations. The full outlook is attached. Also, I would like to report that the LAO also released the Medi-Cal Fiscal Outlook Report. Spending for the program is projected to grow from a $44.9 billion to $51.6 billion by 2029, 2030. Most of the increase is a result in the higher utilization, provider rates, and growing senior population. California legislators will face tough decisions when they are seeking solutions for the fiscal pressure, which will include trimming spending and finding new revenue streams. The county indigenous programs, recent policy change enacted by H.R. 1 are expected to significantly reduce Medicaid enrollment in California. As a result, policymakers, advocates, and media outlets have inquired about county medical indigent program. This is CMSP for our county. At this point, we believe that our enrollment will increase significantly into that program. We have not been funding that program for a number of years, but it looks like we will again need to begin doing that. The future of Medi-Cal. So the California is bracing for this $18 billion deficit, and they formed the Future of Medi-Cal, a commission, a newly independent body taking shape, a 10-year modernization plan of the state's largest and most expensive program. The commission will begin meeting in January and focus on long-term financing, state-county administration, coordination, and strategies to improve care for individuals with complex behavioral health needs and medical. The nice thing about this commission, we are part of Partnership Health Plan. Our past CEO, Liz McGivney, is going to sit on this commission. So very, very excited to have her. You will hear more at the workshop in January about the HR 1 and the impacts. We do know at this time we will have a significant impact to over 4,500 members of our community as they have unsatisfactory immigration status at this time. I'd like to report, well, you got to hear this morning from the Ag Director and that her COP reports are finished for 22 and 23, and she would like to let all the farmers and ranchers know that she is looking for their 24-25 data to move forward. Also, in weights and measures, annual devices and registration billing cycle, the department would like to remind all weights and measure customers to review their commercial devices, register account details to ensure accuracy, and these devices need to be registered annually. Animal care, November was a month filled with generosity, community spirit, and joyful moments at the shelter. Our volunteers gave their time and energy to countless ways, walking dogs, socializing with cats, and supporting adoption events. We are really grateful for our dedicated volunteers. Thank you to all those that volunteer, not only at the shelter, but throughout the county government. Behavioral health is bringing awareness to seasonal affective disorder. Experience a significant mood change when the season changed. So please keep an eye on your friends and family and encourage yourself to check in with yourself and others as the days grow shorter and holidays approaches. Small steps, getting sunlight, staying physical active, and connecting with loved ones can make a big difference. Environmental health is continuing to digitize their land use, solid waste, and consumer protection files. Once completed, the public and regulatory facilities will benefit from faster access to records, enhanced transparency, service delivery, even while departments operate. The Contracts Unit, Mendocino County maintains a publicly accessible portal where fully executed contracts can be reviewed. This is at contracts.mendocinocounty.org. Economic Development Division, Redwood Region RISE quarterly collaboration in person convened on November 5th at Robinson Rancheria. Mendocino County staff gave a brief presentation on the economic development progress in the county with both the Economic Development Division as cities and the cities. And there's a list attached of those items and what's been happening there. For our employees, please remember your pharmacy benefits change January 1. Please log on and make those, update your benefits. OES, the pre-season winter weather coordination meeting on November 20th. OES hosted a pre-season winter weather coordination meeting. Over 60 attendees, including operational area partners from cities, county departments, local fire departments, volunteer organizations, state and federal, and tribe agencies. Key topics were included a National Weather Service outlook, and updates from county departments such as DOT about roads and where we're at when storms hit, priorities for county. Facilities team has completed a portion of the upgrades to the Low Gap Dog Park to include planting the grass seed to assist erosion control, as well as irrigation on a new mulch for the large dog area. Work continues to improve the drainage in the area between the large and small areas to help prevent pooling of water during winter months. And then you'll see that there's a list of other stats and projects that facilities has been working on. Public Health would like you to know that it's National Influenza Vaccination Week, December 7th through the 13th. So we're just out of that, but it's not too late to get your flu vaccine to protect you and those around you. One other very exciting point is Live Oak Apartments is celebrating 5 years, and this happened in November. The Live Oak Apartment had their anniversary hosting an open house for community partners. Since the county purchased the former hotel in November of 2020, the program has provided housing to over 110 formerly homeless households, including 123 adults and 75 children. The program has serviced as a vital resource for seniors, veterans, families, and individuals with complex medical condition. This was came out of the COVID time, and it's a very exceptional program that we do here in the county, and hats off to Megan Van Sant and her team. I want to go to IT. So the IT division has partnered with Granicus to upgrade the county's website using Open Cities platform. This upgrade will improve the public's online experience by making it easier to find county information, access, and services to ensure site meets modern accessibility standards. And also they're doing an upgrade to their GIS hub, and was launched new to the public with mapping applications, and that is available at gis.mendocinocounty.gov. And then I attached an update from United Disaster Relief of Northern California. I think you all remember Danila Sands and her help after disasters since the 2017 fire. But they have secured a permanent disaster center at 650 Badcock Lane in Ukiah. So congratulations to her and all her efforts for supporting the county. And I see Supervisor Williams has his pen up.
Right. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, 2 questions. One is the county website, the upgrade. Has the executive office put any thought into not migrating all of the current content, but just starting fresh? Because sometimes for my constituents, what's more difficult than not finding information is finding inaccurate information on the county website. And you search any topic, you can probably find 3 documents that tell a different story. And not everybody can find the date and figure out which one is accurate, or is the most recent one that they found even accurate. Maybe we should just start fresh and piece by piece populate it with what we know is accurate in 2026.
So Tony Rakes is here. He provided an update to us the other day, but I'll ask him to provide a further update here.
Chair Haschak, members of the board, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. It's a good point. We had issued a community survey, and one of the big points of feedback we got from the community was a lot of outdated information. We can't search for things, we can't find things on the website. So our project plan going forward is informed by that community survey. We're not going to be simply copying over everything. Now there are components like department pages that we'll want to move over, but what documents end up getting onto the new website, that's going to start all from scratch.
Amazing. Thank you.
Of course.
I think that's a huge win for Mendocino County. There's a lot of people that can't drive hours to the county seat, and they rely on the website. So this is a very worthwhile effort. My second question was on the economic development. As a supervisor, I don't have any sense for the effort the county puts out over the years, if we're winning or losing. And I thought about what metric would I want to see charted. And I think it's our portion of GDP. What are our exports? And we get it with the crop report relative to ag. but that, you know, 3% of our land is flat and probably less that has good soil and, you know, water is at issue. We have ag in our county, but we're not primarily an ag county. Most of our economy is other types of business. Those other types, we don't have a way to collect the number to plot it over time. Is it improving and then when I talk to my constituents, they think that it's not improving. They think that it's a decline, and you know, speculation on the factors. We were a cash economy that's mostly gone, and we don't have much housing stock increase. And you know, I don't know overall. We're spending public dollars. We're putting out effort. Are we improving the situation, or is it continuing to decline? Any thoughts on that? How would we better track it? And I looked for how we determine our portion of exports. Seems like the state uses a calculation that's based on our population, but that's not really rooted in true economic activity. The fact that we have 95,000 people doesn't mean that in rural doesn't give us a calculation that yields a reasonable estimate on how we're doing. CEO, how do you recommend the board analyze if our efforts are working?
I suggest that we do some review of other counties of what they're reporting on and what the data is, if they have a true model for export-imports for their county, and what that looks like for their actual economic development. I do know we did all the sector meetings, and we will have a report out from those sector meetings here shortly before the board. The last one was December 5th. So we can continue to report back to you about those types of things, but there's something specific that you would like to see. I can tell you right now that the federal unemployment rate is at 4.6%. California is at 5.6%, and Mendocino County is at 5.5%, and that's roughly 2,000 folks that are unemployed right now in Mendocino County.
Well, I would ask the board to consider putting a little bit more weight on agreeing on some metrics that we can chart. I don't know what those should be. Like I said, a portion our exports is what I would find valuable because it's not subjective. Maybe there's some others, but I think if we continue to spend on economic development, we should come up with a methodology for tracking success.
Like empty commercial buildings.
Sure, come up with a few metrics, and we might not all agree that each one is ideal, but at least it gives us something to monitor over time.
Okay. I had a question about the healthcare forum, the second phase of it. And so you talked about it being during the workshop. Do you have an exact date and time for that?
It's on the 14th in the afternoon.
That would be a Wednesday afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the afternoon. Okay. And what's going to be the gist of that discussion? I thought the first one was really good, the way the panels were laid out and everything. So I was just wondering we can start talking to people about this.
Yeah, we have the similar panel. So Partnership Health Plan will be there. Our providers will be there. Of course, our departments will be there to tell you what they're seeing that's occurred in this first 6 months, and then what they're really looking at coming this next year. We plan to do the next one in April so that we really start to understand who was impacted by these changes that start. We're continuing to hire for eligibility workers because we do know that the work for eligibility is going to increase when they have to make these extra determinations every 6 months. So those will be some of the updates, but you will also hear from CMSP. That's our county indigent health care plan that we may have to start funding again as well. So we're giving a further update, bringing those folks back in so they can share the experience that they've had and what they're looking at moving forward, and then adding CMSP because that's going to become a realization for us for uninsured individuals.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any public comment on the CEO report? Seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, then we will move on to item 4L. Discussion and possible action including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. And we had this discussion at the previous meeting, and then Supervisor Williams went and brought back some other ideas. It's been a little difficult because the staff person working on this, Kelly Hansen, is no longer working in that department, so she is now with the library system. And so I appreciate Supervisor Williams bringing this forward, even though we don't have the red line and everything in its kind of a real digestible form, but we have the ideas that Supervisor Williams brought forward. So Supervisor Williams.
I worked with constituents, and not just in my district. I didn't ask everyone where they're from, but clearly it was across the county. And much of this is restoring language that was previously in the legislative platform that the public thinks is relevant and important.
Okay, and so we have that proposed language. Were you able to get the previous language that we'd accepted last time?
I couldn't find the updated language. All I could come up with is the item that was attached, but changes were made. So my recommendation here, I guess the request is to send this proposal to county staff to incorporate and publish the final.
Okay. Supervisor Klein.
Supervisor Williams, are there certain topics that you felt were not addressed in the current language?
That's correct, and that's what the proposal reflects.
Which topics are those? Help me to understand which ones were missing from our platform.
Well, I think the language around climate mitigation was largely missing in the latest revision.
Climate. Can you help me understand what you mean by climate mitigation?
No, I don't have my pen up right now. I think we should hear from everyone first.
Okay. Any further comments? Supervisor Norvell.
Just, I want to make the point that I had some of the similar questions that Klein had. I understand that some language got taken out. I understand the reasoning it got taken out, but I felt for the most part that the message was still there. They were just eliminating some words that they felt that the current administration was going to frown upon or ding us for. So I guess we can come back after we hear from the public if Supervisor Williams is ready then, but I do have some of the same questions.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I was seeking an understanding of what was missing from our ledge platform, the current language, because when I read it, I saw a lot of the same themes. I don't have an issue necessarily with the language that Supervisor Williams is bringing forward. I have an issue with the potential implications. I think that this was either portrayed to the public or the public decided to portray this as the existing language was striking language, but I don't believe that's true. I think it was just replacing specific words with things that are more vague or just not including certain buzzwords. For example, when I went through the two documents, I found net zero emissions was changed to innovative energy technology. I found that climate change was changed to climate resilience. And I understand where the public, some members of the public are landing on this, but I'm concerned about the implications, and I feel that our language is still striving to meet the goals, particularly after the revisions that we had from a member of our community at the last meeting. I think that we're still meeting the same goals in a way that's not potentially going to harm us in the long run.
Okay. I was at CSAC the other week, and there was talk about this Illinois versus FEMA decision, which said that the decision was against the current administration about use of language and those touch words such as women, such as black, such as diversity, such as climate change, that to deny a grant because of the use of any of those words had to have a nexus with the grant itself. And so Illinois prevailed in that situation, and it gives hope that we don't have to walk away from our belief that there is climate change, our belief that we should be going to net zero emissions, our belief that we should have diversity in our county, and all of those things. And so I believe that this is an attempt to get back to what we truly believe in as a county, and I appreciate a lot of effort, I understand, was put into this. So that's where I come from. That I don't think that we need to compromise the language that we use or what we believe in at this point. So, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the language, but I think this is more about philosophy of, as the representative for people in District 5, there are instances where I may have additional information, either the amount of study it takes on a particular topic, or in a negotiation, something that happens in closed session, where I may not be able to directly do what some people are asking for because I have some information that it's actually harming the county. That's not the case here. This is a case where the people have the same information I do, and overwhelmingly, in one direction, they're asking that we represent their values in the language of their choosing, that it's important to them. And it's a way to be transparent about what we represent as a county. And so you're going to have to decide where you stand on that. I'm not comfortable going against the people and saying, well, while I might agree with that stance, we're going to strip language because what the federal administration might do to us. I don't think the federal administration is going to do anything to us. I think actually the president supports what's in this update. He's a strong proponent of local energy. This addresses local energy. Strong proponent of self-sufficiency, right? Climate resilience and climate mitigation is about this county being self-resilient, not needing federal grants for disasters in the future. I think this is largely in line with the current federal administration. But more than that, it represents our constituents. This is the will of the people. The people are asking for this. So I'd say open it to public comment. And, if it's 50-50, that's a hard decision. But if it's overwhelmingly in one direction, you have to ask yourself, why are you going against your constituents? That's what I've had to ask myself.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So, I guess for me, I think if it's just about language and we're going to stand up and say, this is what we believe and we're going to use these terms that I feel have been made clear that are going to perhaps hinder us in getting the funding, I think you have to ask which is more important, having the opportunity to get the funding or being exact in your language. I agree with Supervisor Klein that the modified language still suffices in what we want. It's just not us putting our foot down and saying, we're going to use the language we want whether you like it or not. As far as representing and listening to the population, in just the year that I've been here, I've seen this board or board members go 100% against a majority of the room. So to use that as you have a choice to make, either you're going to be with the public or you're not going to be with the public, I don't think that really has anything to do with it here. I think our goal here is to come up with language that's going to position ourselves to qualify for this funding. And if I'm going against that to say that I'm not supporting my constituents, we can go back to specific cases not long ago where we had a room full of people asking us to do one thing and we didn't do it. So for me, it's just, how do we get to a spot where the language still suffices? It may not be everything that, a portion of our population wants in their language, but if you're of the opinion that that language isn't going to hurt us in our application, then I say yes, 100% support it. If you have any inclination that using some of that language is going to hurt us, then, I would recommend not implementing that language.
Supervisor Klein.
My question for the sponsor of this item is, what is the plan if we lose, if this is what happens, what's the plan for mitigating loss of any amount of federal revenue, of which our last meeting, we heard that $25 million is how much federal funding we're currently receiving. So what's the plan if we do lose funding due to a change in language?
So which dollars do you think we're going to lose over which statement in this proposal? I'm not connecting the dots.
Supervisor Klein.
It was recommended to us by staff that we not use phrases like climate change and move to phrases like climate resiliency. Do you disagree with staff's recommendation on that? That we would risk funding through that change?
Can you show me where it's documented that we risk funding with that language, calling it climate change? Where is that? What is this based on?
Based on staff's recommendation.
I know, but it's like earlier, we had a recommendation agenda item to build special districts, which we think now is illegal, and I have this in the same category of if we're going to lose $25 million over a word, I'll definitely put weight on it and consider it. Where is that? Where can I see it?
If I may, those were recommendations that came out early in 2025, that we stay away from certain things and that there was possible fundings that we were going to lose because of some of those keywords issued. We've had this discussion prior. So, we're prepared to put it in the ledge platform and bring it back for you all, but I think the $25 million is dollars that go to public health, behavioral health, social services, and several of our grants. And, may be right, but that, the states can prevail. It's just a matter of if you want to go to litigation.
So
if we're being too careful, I think that's fine too, right? I mean, if you're worried that we're being too conservative, your prerogative.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Can I see the recommendation that provides clarity that if we use a word climate change, we won't receive $25 million for social services, et cetera? Where did that recommendation come from? Is it memorialized in a writing, and can the board review it? What I'm saying is I have to go to my constituents and explain this. I can't do a hand waving, well, we heard that not to use a word, or we risk social services dollars. I don't think the public believes me if I say that. Where is that documented? And last, John, if you could talk a little bit more about what are the other words we're not allowed to say? You said woman, we're not allowed to say? I mean,
yeah, I've
diversity, like, where do you draw the line? I'm representing people in Mendocino County who that is not their value, that we can't use words like woman or diversity or climate change.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I really did not want to get into, where this is coming from and why, because I'm sure there's a lot of opinions on that, including my own. But your question, Supervisor Williams, about where is it written? Do you think that the current administration does not have the capacity to hold this against us? I could go back to, I think it was 2017, maybe the beginning of 17 in the city of Fort Bragg, where we were being pressed to pass a sanctuary city and make certain statements against that at that time administration. And I fought against it because I felt like there was an opportunity for somebody to be vindictive against us. I was successful in getting some of the language changed. And after the meeting, I had one of my colleagues tell me that I really blew it and I'm worrying about something that I shouldn't be worrying about. 6 months later, that person came up to me and said, man, I can't believe you were right. He was 100% going after all of the places that were trying to use the language at the time that the city was doing it. I have no reason to believe at all that 2025 is any different than 2017. That's all I'm trying to accomplish here. I mean, the language that Supervisor Klein brought up versus what staff recommended, I get it. It's not what some of the people want us to say and put our foot down in. But the question is, does it suffice and send the same message, and does it accomplish the exact same thing? For me, it does. Betty, not going to retaliate against something like this. Just not a risk I'm willing to take.
Supervisor Klein.
News article, October 1st, 2025. Trump administration cancels nearly $8 billion in funding to blue states. And these are projects for a variety of states across America. This is not us opining over it's right or wrong. This is just the reality of how certain administrations operate. And for me, I would rather err on the side of caution. I think we're meeting the goals. And to my earlier question, I really do sincerely mean this, Supervisor Williams. If there's a topic within our platform that's not being met, I'm happy to work on some language where we can make sure it's under the umbrella of what we have currently written.
Well, in my supervisorial district, we had a over $40 million BRIC grant, the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant through FEMA, that was just arbitrarily eliminated because of the Doge movement in the administration. And it made our community more at risk for, catastrophic wildfires. It made our community much less safe. And so I don't think, whether we put in language or not, it's going to really have an effect on what the administration does with some of these grants unless there's lawsuits and it goes through the courts. Anyway, it's just really disheartening to see that kind of action and, disregard for people's safety. And I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so let's go to public comment.
Eileen Mitro, Climate Action Mendocino, jump into the fray, huh? I was here at the last meeting talking about all of this too, and I'm glad not to be in your shoes. I liked what Supervisor Williams put out compared to what we had talked about before at the last meeting, because there were more specifics. I liked what Supervisor Williams said just now, that there are specifics in here that Trump would be pleased to see, one would think. Now, maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. I can't believe we're in this position. I can't believe we talk like this. But things like transitioning to affordable homes and business, it does say optimize climate change adaptations. Okay, you say that, whatever, I'm going to go on, because energy security, lower energy use for lowering costs, energy conservation for lowering costs, electric bus services, electric grid reliability. This is all stuff the administration seems to be promoting. And then resilience, streamlining bureaucratic obstacles, carbon capture, we changed that from carbon sequestration. One of the things that is not currently in the climate resilience and renewable energy section is sea level rise planning, and I think that does need to be addressed. Healthy forest management isn't covered very much, and one that I really liked seeing in this proposal was investment in local job training. I am really for economic development. I also want to say that I have in hand your unanimous resolution passed in July 29th, 2025 for a declaration of a climate emergency related to climate change. In 4 of your 22 whereases, you state things like wildfires and floods, droughts, changing climate, all of the things that we're facing as perilous. You say that the current pace and scale of state and national climate action is not sufficient to avert substantial damage. You were saying this in July. This is December. And that streamlining climate change mitigation measures are in order. I just think that all of these concerns are quite pertinent and need to be shared with state and federal legislators to whatever extent we can. And these recommendations are kind of doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
Yes, so far we have 3. First is Peter McNamee.
Thank you. I want to echo what Eileen just said and also provide some background. After the discussion in November, the language that was adopted by the board in regard to climate was circulated literally with hundreds of people in Mendocino County. It was, we asked a large pool of people if there were improvements to that language that could be made. And the product that you have before you from Supervisor Williams is that effort. It's what dozens of people contributed in terms of comments to improve and strengthen the language. And I want to say, in regard to the earlier discussion, we can speculate about any possibilities out there, but it's all looking in a kind of crystal ball. And really, that's dangerous to do. The bottom line is that if you don't ask the legislatures and Congress to do what you want, how are you ever possibly going to get what you need? And if you're changing your message to downplay something that you think is controversial, yet you know you need it, that's a disservice to the people of Mendocino County. The purpose of this document, as it's stated in the document, is to go to your lobbyists in order to inform them and your state legislators and your congressional representatives to inform them about what Mendocino wants. And this document that Supervisor Williams has brought forward has a number of additions that were made to it as a result of the input from the public that are critical towards achieving a proper program for addressing climate change in Mendocino County. And as Eileen pointed out, you've gone on record over and over again saying that you actually want to do something about climate change. At this point, whitewashing that or greenwashing it to appease the administration just means that nobody knows what you really want. And frankly, that makes it much more difficult for our state assemblyman, our state senator, our congressional representative, our U.S. senator to know where Mendocino stands on these critical votes that they have to make. So I urge you to examine what has been proposed to you and realize that virtually everyone that's commented on this has said these are good changes that improve that documentation. Point to any of the written submittals that have been made so far and look at where those submittals come down on this. Overwhelmingly, they say change the language to the proposed language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Dawn.
Good afternoon, Chair Hashek, members of the board, CEO Antle, and staff. This is Don Hess from Gualala. I would like to express my full support for the proposed amendment by Supervisor Williams for the county, state, and federal legislative platform to recognize the negative impacts of climate change on Mendocino County and to urge state and federal legislative action to provide resources to mitigate, remediate, and adapt to the impacts and challenges climate change poses in our county. These challenges we face are formidable. Global greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise unabated, with CO2 levels now at about 427 parts per million. Scientists have determined that this is a level Earth has not seen in millions of years, back to a time when global temperatures were 3 degrees warmer and sea levels were much higher. The United Nations recent emissions gas report states that the world now faces a catastrophic 3.1 degrees of warming by year 2100 if countries fail to take greater action to slash fossil fuel emissions. Other climate scientists, such as James Hansen, insist that new studies show that the United Nations is actually underestimating the risk and that we are in fact staring down a possible apocalyptic greater than 4 degrees of warming. Now, the fossil fuel industry spent an astonishing $219 million in 2024 to elect convicted felon Donald Trump and corrupt Republican congressional candidates. This led to the appointment of rabid climate skeptic Lee Zeldin as EPA administrator, who is now actively working to abrogate the EPA's endangerment finding, which is the government's most powerful legal tool to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. Meanwhile, Trump's science-denying lackeys aggressively scrub references to human-caused climate change from multiple government websites. So we can likely expect little help from the science-denying Trump regime when it comes to climate actions. That said, I do want to see Mendocino County stand firm and stay consistent with past climate emergency declarations taken by the board. In particular, I think the county needs to prioritize adaptation measures to prepare the county to the extent possible for the climate disasters that we will no doubt face in the coming years and decades. This is not the time to back down, cave under supposed pressure, or cowardly abandon any climate action measures or language the Trump regime may oppose. Rather, this is the time to organize resistance to this authoritarian regime and work to eventually remove and replace it democratically with an administration that will aggressively work on the grave climate risks we all face. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Jim.
Good afternoon.
I'm there. First, what is the distribution of the legislative platform? That is, who actually receives it? Does it go to the county's lobbyists, representatives, and senators alone, or is it distributed to federal agencies or any arm of the executive branch of the federal government? Next, has any branch of the federal government's granting agencies ever requested or otherwise received from the counties their legislative platform? If not, then the preemptive abdication and throwing away of decades of work to address the reality of environmental and climate challenges would appear to be irrational fear. Please support the real-world solutions that you have in the past. And if minor changes need to be made, then justify them by actual documentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more?
Yes, we have one more, Marcy.
Yeah, good afternoon, supervisors. You know, we live in a democracy. Democracy is free speech. You're all elected by voters. You were elected by a democratic process, and you're supposed to be representing those voters. Free speech is not censorship. We should not sell my opinion absolutely is we should not self-censor ourselves, that we are actually damaging ourselves in an attempt to placate an administration that has shown to have extremely fickle behavior. Say one thing one day, do something else the next, or a week later, and then flip-flop back and flip-flop the other way again. There's no relying on this. The only thing we can rely on is our own clarity. We need to strengthen our democracy, not weaken it through self-censorship. These words are not vulgar words. They are words like climate change, woman. These are weird words that are clearly descriptive of things that we want to advocate for. We need to communicate clearly with state and federal legislators. If we adopt this and we have a flip in the 2026 elections and we end up with a federal Congress and Senate, they won't know we're not being clear. We're not being forward moving in requesting these funds in a way that demonstrates the strength that we have to use the words that accurately describe climate change. It's actually, I think it's a climate emergency with what's happening around the world with all these storms and the floods up in Oregon and Washington. These are catastrophes. People are dying. People are being displaced from their homes. We need to be forward thinking. We need to advocate for everyone within our district, within our county, excuse me. I strongly encourage you to move forward with Supervisor Williams' proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment?
Yes. First is a phone number ending in 9448.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Mary Rose Hutchedowski. I live in Fort Bragg. And I want to remind this Board of Supervisors that back in the 1990s, Supervisor Liz Henry, Charles Peterson, and we were all on a executive board together, including myself, with Air Quality District and the Farm Bureau, etc. And this county board of supervisors actually signed on 100% unanimous to the Habitat 2 agenda goals that was happening in 1996 in Istanbul, Turkey. The whole world, this document traveled around the world, and governments all over the world signed on to this. Climate change was happening. And I'm asking you, who are you fighting for? Insurance companies have recognized climate change. The kelp forest, fishing, and fires are all consequences of climate change. And I agree with the previous speakers. I won't repeat, but have some spine, stand up, say what is true. Don't cower to something that you are. I don't understand this Board of Supervisors. I'm finding it's the weakest Board of Supervisors I have seen. I wish we could bring back Charles Peterson, Liz Henry, and others. They were strong. They stood for this community. What are you standing for? We have future generations that we have to deal with, and we have let the current generation down because of politics. So stop the politics, back Ted's plan, and stop this bickering over and wasting time and money. We know what the hell is going on. I've been following this I was living in Berkeley, California when we passed Measure B, the first city in the nation to take action on climate change. They have electric buses now. I mean, there's cities all over and counties all over the country, rural and urban, that have taken action. What is the problem here? Explain that to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have John R. John, you're currently muted. We can't hear you in chambers.
Okay, this is actually Sojourner Lee. And I'm just making a short plea to have a lot of courage here to go forward with language that has been scientifically spoken of for people who want this platform that Ted Williams has come forward with a lot of people behind him. And I'm a woman, and I wonder when woman, gay, immigrant, Jew will start being discussed here as words that can't be used. If woman is already there, what's next? And I think we have to look at where we all stand personally in this. And that's all I have to say. I really appreciate all of you listening and caring. You're doing jobs that are incredibly difficult. And I know that this has challenged people. I appreciate you. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have Anna Liebel. You're currently muted. We can't hear you in
Can you hear
chambers.
me?
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
I submitted electronic comments, and I also sent letters to every board member, every supervisor on this subject, and I'll be a little bit redundant here. But the main point I want to make, of course, I support Ted Williams' amendments. I definitely think they should go in our legislative platform. And as a behavioral health care provider, I just want to reiterate that the residents of our county are concerned about climate change. What I see in my patients is heightened anxiety, concern about natural disaster, you know, on top of everything else. Of course, it's hard to filter out. There's so much to have anxiety about. But my patients do talk about the climate. And the way to encourage our residents and citizens to have faith that we're up to the challenge, that we can meet their needs, that we can advocate to mitigate as best we can climate change is very, very important for the mental health and physical health of our citizenry. So, I mean, it's a reiteration of what I said, but I just want to thank you again, as others have. Thank you for your service, and please, please, please make Ted Williams' amendments part of the legislative platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further comments online.
All right, we'll go back to the board. Any further comments? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I think it's unfortunate the way that this got brought back and framed. We've been using the term climate change and resilience since 2024, which was a previous administration. To me, that particular term really puts not only the responsibility, but also the opportunities with the public and locally. And while I understand the importance of using words like climate change, I think that some of the things that have been brought forward in the Williams proposal have left out what I consider to be important parts of what this board, through the GGC, through our conversation in November, through the information that was brought forward by Climate Action Mendocino, and some really key pieces that were added into the document. And unfortunately, the Williams proposal removed some of that. And to me, those were important pieces. And so I can't just vote on a blanket to accept the Williams proposal because it, I think that those should have been added back in, or if there was other language that should have been changed, then that's what should have been done. And I think it's unfortunate the way that it's been framed in the public, as if some members of the board don't care about the climate or don't understand that we need climate resiliency. And I just wanted to say that I'm not going to be able to vote in favor of the Williams proposal today because I think it takes out key components, and I think it also frames this as a political party fight, which, don't get me wrong, I understand there are implications on either side, absolutely understand that. But instead of taking the work that the previous board did to understand and put in the language around climate resilience that we did in 2024, that has been in our legislative platform, I think that does a disservice to the process, so it's unfortunate.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, clarifying question. Are you saying that there was language in the last draft, the one that came to us a meeting back, that you wanted to remain? Or so, but this proposal is to augment what's there, right? It wasn't to replace. Which can we, because I'd like to figure out how to integrate it. I'm
Sure,
curious
so
what.
just to be clear, the agenda item as presented said on page 13, substitute the following language for what was titled Climate Resilience and Renewable Energy. That does not mean to incorporate your language. That meant to replace it, correct?
Yeah. So would you be more comfortable if it came back to incorporate it, if we weren't losing anything from the previous? I don't have a problem with that.
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to just also be clear that a previous board voted on climate resilience and renewable energy. And to me, again, I understand all of the comments we've received. I understand the emails we've received, the commenters today. I understand their passion. I understand the emphasis behind it. Just for me, that language doesn't feel as inclusive as a community about what we can all do each and every day to improve climate resilience and renewable energy. So if some of this language were incorporated in the changes that we approved in November, that would be different, but that agenda item said replace
Got it. So if it were incorporate instead of replace, you're comfortable with it? So I mean, I could make that change right now in the, right, that's a one word correction.
Part of the problem is that we don't have the red line from the previous discussion to really see what we're talking about. So I guess my recommendation at this point would be to take this, what Supervisor Williams has provided, and take what we've already approved, and then go back, send it to the GGC, and let the GGC work through it and come up with a new document. Okay. Does that work?
Yeah, I think the difficulty, I asked last meeting, what do you want the process to be? And then we lost staff support, and so we didn't.
Right, right. And that was the difficulty.
Yeah, so I think I think it's a fine proposal. You can send it to GGC. If you want, I could also work on integrating this. I think Supervisor Mulhern's suggestion is good. It's a better approach.
Well, either way, if you want to take those, incorporate those, and bring it back in January, or
you're still chair. You direct. What would you like me to do? I'm happy to support.
Okay, just bring it back. Make those corrections or incorporate what you need to, and on the 12th bullet, change incentivizes to incentives. Okay? Are we good with that? Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, that's what we will do with that then. Okay. Okay, moving on to...
Can I ask for clarity? It's going to GGC?
No. Supervisor Williams is going to bring back a...
In February?
A blend.
In February?
Well...
The agenda is...
Yeah.
We're already
it's
out.
Too late for,
to the
for
6th.
January 6th, so... Yeah, I guess the earliest would be in February. The problem is that, you know, that we were trying to get in with the legislative timelines. So, Supervisor Williams.
Well, why is it too late for January 6th, right? It's a standing item on the agenda. This would just be an attachment.
Are you going to update it? Usually at the first meeting of the year, we stick to organizational items. Certainly, if it's the will of the board and the chair, we can put this item on, and we actually closed for agenda items on Monday. So it would be a late item and a late add.
Well, I guess from my perspective is that if we have that as a standing item, and just like Supervisor Williams brought forward this, it would, I think that you could attach it to the item if it's going to be on the January 6th meeting. I mean, it is an organizational meeting, but we don't have the pomp and circumstance of inaugurating new people, and so we should just get to work, I think. And but it's also the new chair's prerogative too. I just think that if you bring this back, you're going to have to do the clerical work of incorporating the two. Is that something you can do, Supervisor Williams?
I'm happy to do it. I'm wondering if is there a supervisor I could work with so that it comes back ready for a vote?
Yeah.
Supervisor Mulhern, would you be willing to review and give feedback if I don't work with anybody else to avoid a Brown Act conflict?
I think yes, that's fine. We can work on making sure that what was already in there and the new language is also included. But I do want to, I think maybe a straw poll would be appropriate just to see if we want to keep the climate resilience language, because I think that change word is the sticking point with some of the constituents in the county. And while I understand, again, I absolutely understand the passion, we've been using that other term since 2024, and I personally feel like it's more inclusive. And that doesn't mean anything about me not believing in climate change. That means that term of climate resilience has a different connotation to it. And so if we're going to bring that part forward and we're going to work together, I'm saying I want to have that language. Do you?
I can work with that.
Okay. So the two of you can work on bringing something back, and I think that there's a time issue too. So we don't want to wait until the first week of January. We want to bring it back as soon as possible so that staff has plenty of time to deal with it.
Well, give us a deadline. I mean, it's just an attachment, right? So they shouldn't change the agenda item. Somebody has to click attach file.
Correct. All the items were actually due on Monday, so the sooner you get it in, it's the better for easier. Because again, you're going into a couple of weeks where not all staff is present and accountable. We're taking our holiday time and those kinds of things. So if you could have something back by the end of this week, the first of next week, we can incorporate it.
It's not a new agenda item. It's the regular standing
but there's still
legislative
a process.
platform.
I appreciate that. There's still a process that the clerk of the boards have to go through. And we do have agenda review meetings that we'd like to have everything on before. So as soon as you could get it in, it would be much appreciated.
Hang on. Clarifying point, it's the item that's on every meeting. That's what we're talking about. So it's the same language. I can submit it, but it should be one that we already have.
My understanding, I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Go ahead, CEO.
My understanding is that you're going to take the platform that we currently have, rewrite the whole section, and bring it back, the whole ledge platform. I could be wrong. But that's my assumption, is that you're pulling down the ledge platform from the website, and then you're going to rework it and incorporate this language. I could be misunderstanding that. If you want it incorporated, it would need to go into that document. And maybe I misunderstood what you had asked them to do.
I think that we're asking that he comes back with a similar approach, but incorporating what's already in that on page 13 for climate resilience and renewable energy.
Chair,
right.
My point is the item we're on right now, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislative. That is exactly the tag. That is the agenda item. So it's ready to go.
Yeah.
We'll attach the file Supervisor Mulhern and I work on, but the agenda item is ready. It's that verbatim what we have
Please,
today.
please do so early. Again, you gave us this a week ago and look to us to incorporate it into the Ledge platform for this meeting. That's not enough time, right? So if you could get it to us timely, we can help you get it into the document and you can have a full red line of the Ledge platform. But we can't wait till the Tuesday before we publish.
I was following chair's orders, but what is the deadline? When do we need it? And I'll work with Supervisor Mulhern. You want
It was yesterday, so I just gave you time till Monday.
So would it be
It was
possible?
yesterday was the deadline.
Would it be possible to put the 4L language in the agenda now? That's the item we're on. That's just a copy and paste. And Supervisor Mulhern and I will get the attachment to add on Monday.
When will you have the attachment?
Monday.
Is it going to require Monday? That's fine.
Yeah,
That's-
no staff time Monday.
Okay,
We're good.
all right. Okay, with that, we will move on to supervisor reports. So Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you, Chair. I still regularly attend the GRI meetings on Monday. I would imagine next Monday is going to be exciting. I attended the GEO reentry open house last week here in Ukiah. Program has beyond proven to be successful with keeping recidivism down. They currently run well below the national average, which is 50% compared to GEO's only at 30. As far as the EWS, we were successful working with the city and other hotels to find a new location for the Coast emergency weather shelter. Some stats I acquired from the crew team about the shelter this year. It's only been open a few days because of the better weather, the warm weather that we've been having. They've sheltered a total of 16 individuals. They are currently testing a volunteer-based model to reduce staffing costs for check-ins. They have 4 volunteers in training. The EWS was moved from Motel 6 to the Surf Motel, same rates as the year before. There is approximately $34,000 remaining in the EWS funds. At the start of the season, there was a little bit of uncertainty whether the funding would be sufficient. However, the recent streak of favorable weather conditions has reduced the anticipated expenses, and they expect the funds to last through the season, end of the season on March 31st. There were 3 clients that had multiple contacts with the program in Mendocino. That is in thanks to the Prop 47 grant acquired by the city and the sheriff's office with the help of county staff and the county grant writers to expand services south to Mendocino. I also met with McCavan House about the needle exchange program. Their collection rate is about 70% compared to the needles that they hand out, which is better than their last report, so I'm happy about that. And lastly, McCavan is collecting needles. If you find needles, please call McCavan House at 707-462-1932 or call Joe Ditto directly, 707-727-0402. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. On the topic of climate resilience, MTA is adding more electric buses. There's 3 new electric buses that are getting closer to being produced. They're also taking a look at how to simplify the fee structure. It can be very confusing to pay based per mile or zone as it currently is. And they're looking at a flat rate to ride, and I think that would really improve ridership across the whole county and into Sonoma and Humboldt County, which they do have transfers for. The Great Redwood Trail Agency had its board retreat to talk about policies, staffing, and how to work more appropriately with the tribes to include their feedback in how to move the trail project forward. So there is an online meeting tonight about the Great Redwood Trail Master Plan, and you can sign up for that through the Great Redwood Trail website. Of course, we all attended the All Boards meeting of IWPC, which is available on YouTube, and I encourage people to take a look at that. I've met with, I think, almost everybody I wanted to meet to talk about the EMS funding item that we had previously discussed, and really to bring back to the board clarification about the sales tax, how it's being spent, and what kind of the options are. And really importantly, I got a lot of updates about things that fire service is doing, things that are moving forward all across the county. So I wanted to bring that back to the board, and that'll be in January. Of course, we had a Mendocino LAFCO meeting. We talked about updating the teleconferencing policy and the budget and the dollar amount that the EO could approve. I attended the Strategic Planning Committee for the Russian River Watershed Association, the Sonoma Clean Power meeting, and the City of Ukiah had a groundbreaking for a Vero broadband project, which will bring a different technology into the City of Ukiah, and hopefully that company will also expand. They're actually a company from Montana, and they have service in Humboldt County. So there's an opportunity there. I've continued for several years to work with behavioral health, social services, the sheriff's office, and RCHDC about Oar Creek Commons, which is a fairly new housing facility that continues to have an astronomical amount of calls for service, especially for the sheriff's office and Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. So we did have another meeting, and I'm hoping that we have a breakthrough, not only to deal with maybe what could be some problem tenants, but frankly to improve the quality of life for the other residents that are heavily impacted by that amount of law enforcement calls, and of course to reduce the expenses to the sheriff's office from that call volume that comes from that location.
Supervisor Williams.
I was pleased that the board passed 3H earlier today that included Boonville Veterans Memorial Building. I've been working with them, and I think last meeting I noted that staff made incredible progress in short time, and I'm happy to see the conclusion of that on the agenda today. That right now that's a county-owned building, and it looks like maybe it hasn't been maintained in a century, and you know, they want the building, and they think they can go after grant funds and improve it. So it's a win in all directions. So I want to thank staff for getting that done very quickly. Just about every request that comes to me from constituents, just every single day, I'm not bringing to the board because it's all related to spending and deferred maintenance. A lot of times it's roads, going out and looking at deterioration. And I know the county doesn't have the financial means to address most of it, but the takeaway is we're a county of, the county government is a reflection of the local economy. If the local economy isn't doing well, we have less buying power, less revenue to work with. And I think the people are feeling that. And I'm hoping that we can make it a broad priority in the coming year to look at how we can begin to turn that around. And there's a lot of it we have no control. County government, you know, doesn't build the local economy, but there are elements that fall within our scope. It may be time to revisit the general plan. If you look at a county our size, our population, and you might expect 6 houses to be pass final inspections per week, and we're not even at 1 per week. We're so far short, and that's directly related to our revenue. It's related to being able to employers recruit and house people in our county, and that's not federal or state. That's local. Land use is local, and we could revisit where we can accept development. And I think that, and trying to tie the decision making the county makes to future revenue. A lot of times we make decisions without contemplating how it's going to affect us years out in revenue. And I know there's some projects that we're all against for good reason, and there's some that are a split. But I think we need to give you an example as we talk about the HIP camp. You know, that's going to bring people into the county. It's very easy to say we don't want to change the character of the county and we don't want the nuisance. But we have to recognize we would also be saying we don't want the revenue. And it's not just directly the revenue the county would receive, but it's all of the businesses that benefit from customers showing up. So I think those are 2 areas that we could do better, and I'd like to be part of rethinking where we can support more housing units because we're so far under, and thinking about how to incorporate into the strategic plan our process for contemplating projects that both have an impact on the county, but also can bring in long-term revenue.
Thank you. Supervisor Klein.
I want to start off by saying I'm seeking suggestions for the time of my monthly community meetings. Those were previously held the first Friday of the month at noon. I was having a lot of scheduling conflicts, so I'm putting it out into the universe for my constituents to tell me when they are available to meet. In regards to the Potter Valley project, Inland Water and Power Commission hosted a workshop that Supervisor Mulherin mentioned about their efforts to build storage, or their plans, their research and plans for storage in a post-Potter Valley project world. FERC has extended the deadline to December 19th. There are 2 different openings for comment letters. The first is on the long-term decommissioning plan that PG&E has submitted. The second is on the variance, which is the amount of water that flows through the project. That's very short term. PG&E is requesting to significantly decrease the amount of water that's coming through the project in the immediate future. It's very concerning. Please email me if you'd like help filing comments. It's kind of a complicated process on FERC's website, and I can help you with your comments if you'd like that as well. The Public Health Advisory Board had their first meeting. I'm really impressed with the group that's been put together. Great representatives, a lot of background in public health, so I'm excited to see what comes out of that advisory board. Ukiah Valley Water Authority, which is the water district consolidation of Redwood Valley, Millview, Willow, Calpella, and the city of Ukiah. They actually just issued a press release during our meeting, but I attended their most recent meeting as they discussed rate increases for Redwood Valley, Millview, Willow, and I believe the city of Ukiah as well. They are asking for rate increases due to the need for upgrading aging infrastructure, and I would encourage folks to check that out. Ask questions of the individual boards and be involved in the process. At Rural County representatives last week, we discussed the groundwater sustainability agencies, the burdens that are on both the small GSAs and the medium priority basins. There is a effort to reduce some of the requirements that was discussed at CSAC at the Water Committee, and RCRC is also interested in being involved. I brought this up at the GSA meeting yesterday and hope that we can find some relief, regulatory relief, hopefully through legislation in the next couple of years. I was also elected to the executive committee of RCRC, and I'm excited to be a part of the leadership team there. As Supervisor Mulherin mentioned, Great Redwood Trail Agency has their master plan presented online. It's a public meeting this evening, and encourage folks to tune in if they're interested about the Great Redwood Trail. In terms of animal care services, we obviously hear a lot about the issues with animal services in our county, just the amount of abandoned animals and spay and neuter. So I was invited to participate in a working group with the Community Foundation about the management of our local animals, and so I'm excited what the group comes up with. I'm hoping some recommendations for our board, and of course Animal Care Services is going to be involved with that group as well. And then finally, the Redwood Valley Community Action Plan will be at the Planning Commission on Thursday. The Redwood Valley MAC and the community are very excited to see this be presented and hopefully approved by the Planning Commission, then on its way to our board for review. That concludes my report.
Thank you. So yeah, I want to say that I appreciate the IWPC for having that informative discussion about the Potter Valley project and Eel River Diversion project. On November 24th, I subsequently read a letter from Secretary Rollins, which seemed like more of a political hit job against the state rather than talking about the issues that we are facing and working to resolve. So I don't think that we should get distracted in some of those things that really aren't possibilities unless there's a check for $500 million attached to it. I attended the CSAC conference the other week, and county supervisors and staff from all 58 counties gathered for workshops, policy committee meetings, and explored paths forward on issues such as public safety, behavioral health, and the environment. Santa Clara County Supervisor Susan Ellenberg was assuming the role of president, and she was in Supervisor Williams in my cohort when we were elected. County or coastal counties discussed legislation affecting, the coastal counties and the offshore oil drilling. There was a discussion of getting all the counties to make resolutions opposing offshore oil drilling and mining. Mendocino County approved the proclamation and participation in the coalition, the other meeting. So most counties are taking up this issue and participating in the coalition being formed. I have attended several of these meetings, and going forward, Supervisor Williams will be our designee. Okay, Attorney General Rob Bonta spoke on the impacts of H.R. 1 and also the state's filing of lawsuits against what they perceive as unlawful acts by the federal government, which have been directed at California. There was a gubernatorial debate with many of the known candidates discussing the issues for an hour and a half. This was broadcast on KQED. They addressed the strengthening of the county social safety net, disaster preparedness and recovery, housing and homelessness, public safety reforms, and expanding economic opportunity. So it was very informative. The Secure Rural Schools Reauthorization Act of 2025 was passed, so that will help out our small rural schools, and also the county gets some money from that, so appreciate that. As chair, this year we tackled some difficult situations. Some problems were resolved while others are still pending. Certainly the budget issues will continue to be with us. Roads will continue to need more money than we have, and the safety net issues will become more problematic for us and the residents of Mendocino County. I feel that we as a board are working on these problems and giving our best efforts to resolve them. Of course, it will be an ongoing process, but I appreciate that each of us, along with staff, is giving our best effort. This year, we started the 2-day board workshop. It helped set the tone for more efficient and effective meetings this year. Some of the meeting processes, such as advance notice and moving pulled consent items to the end of the meeting, helped the flow of meetings. I appreciate my colleagues asking questions of staff before the meetings so that staff are prepared to answer such questions during the meetings. I look forward to the January workshop, where it gives us time to reflect on some of the more pressing problems that we face. And I also appreciate the supervisors putting more effort into the reports this year. I think that it's been very effective, and we're communicating more with the public about what each and every one of us is doing. And so I really, that's been a goal of mine, and I really appreciate everyone putting in their best effort on that regard. Serving on the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors has been a great honor. For the past 7 years, I get up each day with the clear intention of making the county a better place for its residents. I am proud of having accomplished that goal on many days, whether it is connecting a senior citizen in need with the right service, or working with service providers and healthcare professionals when the federal government is cutting away the safety net for too many of our neighbors. It has been truly a privilege to be a public servant. So I have decided not to run for re-election. While this was not an easy decision, because I love doing the work and working with and for many wonderful people, I cannot commit to another 4-year term. When Henry Thoreau was asked why he left the woods, he replied, "Perhaps it seemed to me that I had several more lives to live." So I plan on completing this term and advocating for Mendocino County and its residents during the next year. So thank you, and with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 2:43.